Good morning and welcome everyone to the Transition Dialogue Gathering 2022, here from the beautiful City Hall in Berlin, Germany. My name is Nora Korte, and together with my colleague Alexander Formosov, we will be guiding you through our program for the next 2 days. And we will be presenting some of the results of our working period 2019 till 2022. For those of you watching and the few who are here today, who are with us for the first time, let me just quickly sum up that our network has been dealing with the topic of transition, specifically in the field of civic education since 2015, when a group of women actually got together and realized that they do have a common recent history, common experiences that shaped them as a generation, and that they have a lot to learn from one another. Ever since then, the Transition Dialogue Network has published 3 publications, created a variety of video and audio content that is online on our webpage, transition-dialogue.org, and conducted dozens of events in 7 different Eastern European countries, all the time comparing, discussing, and tackling the topic of transition. Since the very beginning, we have been very kindly supported by the German Federal Agency of Civic Education, which we would like to thank here again as well. The original purpose of this meeting, as you can imagine, has been completely overshadowed by the terrible events of the past weeks, which is why instead of starting out to present our main project accomplishment, the Handbook of Teaching Transition, we would like to start today's event with a conversation on the history of transition against the background of the war in Ukraine, and connected with that, the importance of a pan-European exchange platform for civic education. Discussing with me today will be 3 of our project partners. Next to me is Caroline Hornstein-Tomic. She is representing 3 organizations today: the Institute of Social Sciences Ivo Pilar in Zagreb, the Foundation Knowledge at Work, and the newly founded Civics Innovation Hub. Next to her, we are very pleased to have Luisa Savkova. She is one of the initiators, actually, of our network. She is the director and founder of the Sophia Platform Foundation, as well as a co-initiator of the Civics Innovation Hub. And online with us today, I don't know if they can see me, I don't see them, but I hope I will, are Aliena Pravila, also our very dear partner from Ukraine, who cannot be with us today. She is the director and founder of the Congress of Cultural Activists. There she is, now I see her. And yes, and as well Tatyvik Hakobian. Very pleased to have you with us, Tatyvik. Yes, welcome. The co-founder of the Eastern European Network for Citizenship Education from Yerevan, Armenia. To start today, we invited our director, executive director of the DRA, one of the partners of the Transition Dialogue Network, Stefan Melle, and he will introduce the topic with a short opening statement. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you, and a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you that we can gather in this very specific, very dramatic moment after 3 years of common work. You know, this program of Transition Dialogue started already in 2015, and all the time we have been discussing it, transition, not only regarding its starting points, very different starting points, but also its preconditions and how it went further. What were the developments specific in any of the countries? And if to compare only some 3 of the post-Soviet states who were part of our projects, Russia, Ukraine, and Lithuania, so we will see how different are these points of view. the small Lithuania, who really had the year of 1991 as a moment of independence. For Russia, it was obviously a moment of loss. The Ukraine, it was a part of a longer lasting period of not so clear orientation, maybe even sometimes disorientation, the task to find itself. Today, we see every day terrible pictures, videos from the Ukrainian cities. We see that thousands already have died. We see the invasion of the Russian army, and we understand this is the background of our discussion for now and for the upcoming years, maybe for long. And this really changed our discussion, our points of view, and maybe what might be the results of them. At the same time, we had, maybe in a bit smaller form, the same background already earlier. This war started in 2014 in the Donbass and with the Crimea annexation. And to discuss the transition processes in Central and Eastern Europe means also to remember the other wars who took place much earlier, in Chechnya as a part of Russia, in Georgia, in the post-Yugoslavian countries. And this also was a part of our meetings, of our discussions, also of our difficulties to speak about, and to speak about frankly. We had certain moments when it was impossible for our colleagues, for instance from Croatia, to say about all points of view which are really in their society and the hard, controversial discussions they have, because it's also part of the political situation. It's a part of our own stability or not so stability. And this is the question to all of us. How can we deal with such taboo or not taboo? And is it possible to overcome them, and under which conditions? And what will that mean for us personally? We all were together in conceptioning transition as a way to democracy, to a participation and contemporary economy, sustainable model in all spheres of the society. But it seems we underestimated also some important factors. Nostalgia in the first place. That does not mean remembering the reality. That means nostalgia. But also the request for strong order in our own favor. Yeah? It's comfortable for some people in Russia to think that it would be great not only be the biggest country on the world, but also the strongest, and to keep the dominance about the neighboring countries. Yeah? Yes, it is a problem of former imperia, of former colonized countries. We see that we underestimate the risk of concentration of power in one man's hand and of destroying the balance of power of institutions. And it is not only in Russia. It's also to see in some of other Central European countries, even. And we should maybe rethink the question, what is more important, to fight the rest of communists or to damage the plurality of the society? I'm again speaking about Russia, because we had this case in 1993 when Yeltsin really took the power via violation of the right of the parliament. And we had the constitution further, which also helped Putin to become this one man with all the power. In the end, we see that the big task to accept the transformation processes, its difficulties, and also its results, even if they are including losses. And the Russian elite didn't accept them. And that's a question to us: how can we deal further with such experience? And how can we teach then this really hard experience with transformation? Any transformation are changes, and it includes risks and chances. And finally, the question of narratives, which will be predominant in the end, how it is seen by the society. How can we deal with the instability and the people who really suffered from these processes? They were not enough included in the commemoration of the years of 90s and in the help to overcome it. And it is one of the results of our common project, that we had these stories of the eyewitnesses, that we took up at least a bit such stories which are hard individually for people. But it's not only what's happened. It was nevertheless also a process for a lot of countries for democratization, of more freedom, of new chances. And to have this very complex picture, that is the challenge we will keep. We have now to accept the war, this new war, as also a part of this transformation, which didn't end. It is lasting now from 1980, when in Poland the Solidarność movement started, until now, 2022, and we do not know how long this war will last and how long we will overcome it. I think that our network of transition dialogue and our other international multilateral networks will play a very important role for really overcoming this war and the fallout of the war in the upcoming years and decades. Because it's also on dictatorship. It's of countries being not democracy ones, also in Belarus and others. We see today, when all civil societies and all countries in Europe help Ukraine, that is, of course, a multilateral task. And of all us, active citizens, who should organize these processes in networks, in really dealing with it, actively dealing. And that is maybe a point of a new start for civic education, because we have to accept also a partially failure in the last years. And I see that transition dialogue should work on it. And so we will not have today results, but intermediate results. But other networks will work on documentation, on anti-discrimination, on minority rights, on data rights, and other issues who are important for the contemporary society and its stability, sustainability. I invite you all to work on it, to cooperate further, to keep our friendship, and to keep also this multilateral approach with a lot of perspectives and in a hard time. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Stefan, for laying out this wide field for us. Yes, speaking about our friendship within our network, I think everybody here is most concerned and interested to hear from Aliana. Aliana Pravila, Ternopil, Western Ukraine, which I don't know if it's okay, Aliana, to call this more or less safety. I don't know if the term safety still means anything for you. But yes, we are all very curious to hear how you are doing and what the situation is. I would also like to start you off with a question. In a recent email that you wrote to me or to us, you mentioned transition dialogue failed, it collapsed. Could you elaborate a bit on that for us? And would you say that Stefan has also now lined out this continuum of transition until today? Would you say that the war is a result of a failed dialogue, of a miscommunication at any point? Please, Aliana, welcome.
Thank you, Nora. It's so nice to see you even online. We are here in Ternopil, and it's quiet here because it's no shelling or attacks or anything here. So I think it's okay. Not safe as it used to be, but at least not so dangerous. So what about transition dialogue? I think it's the question of values and really narratives that we have in our societies. And for now, we see the situation then different societies have absolutely different points of view on this history and our past. And also the idea of democracy itself, it's just not exist anymore. It looks like in the country which are not far away from us and attacking us every day. Because I just want to tell one story about Kherson. They have these protests almost every day. Some people are going out to the streets and show their position that they are pro-Ukrainians, and they kidnapping them. Our enemies, let's say how it is, kidnapping them and asking questions. Who is your leader? Who is organizer? Show us, tell us. And everybody answers, there are no leaders. We just came because we think that we need to show you that you are not welcomed here, and we are Ukraine, and we are free people. And it's the moment when they really doesn't get the idea and don't get the idea. So I think we need to really see this difference between Russia and Ukraine, that we are democratic country that are learning, and they are really different. So this is the transition moment that I see. It's not happened really.
Maybe to follow up on this question, would you say that between these two societies, the democratic one or developing the democratic one and the non-democratic, would you say a dialogue is still possible at all between these two types of societies?
To be honest, I don't know how it's possible really. We need to work on it, but we see that that people absolutely different, and they have this stories in their mind that Ukraine, it's Nazi country or some stories like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe you see some ideas, and it will be then. It's so hard, and so many people died, and cities are destroyed. And then they say that that's not true. It makes us really sad that they don't believe in it.
I understand. Aliana, in this sphere of, let's say, communicative disarray, when you think about your sphere of work, yeah, which was very closely connected to education, to cultural activism, what would you say are the current needs for this field of work? Is it, do you think it's any way important to think about this, to work on this, to think about civic education at the moment? And if yes, how would you define what's important for you now?
As you maybe you know, maybe if you look closely on the situation, 721 educational institutions are damaged in Ukraine now. It's really huge loss. And it's complicated. I think here coronavirus situation really changed approach, that we can make some lessons online and work online. It gives us some hope for future. But if you, regarding civic education, we really have this need to learn how to work with communities and how to work with traumas itself, yeah, and how to deal with people who have lost their relatives or homes. So there are a lot of work here, and of course, I think it's important to teach and to learn how to work with such situations. So there are opportunities for now.
Thank you very much, Aliana. I think we will come back to you in a bit, and I think maybe also people from the audience might have questions to you. But for now, I would like to turn to Luisa. Yeah, Aliana, that's for you, really, and I think I speak for everyone that it's really painful to us to not have you here with us today as was planned. Luisa, you have worked many years abroad, but still you decided at a point in your career that you really want to invest in Bulgaria, in your country, that you want to build something there, that you want to work for civic education there. And I really know that this is a matter very close to your heart. And I would like to hear from you, how would you think the war now affects Middle and Eastern Europe, maybe Bulgaria in particular? And how would you assess the meaning of this now for the Middle Eastern European countries? I think you, yeah.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Before I start on this, I just wanted to, say hi to Elena once again, and to say that every time that I'm just thinking about what you're going through, I myself am getting so emotional. So, just for you to know, we try to be supportive of whatever we can, and you are really our heroes out there. I mean, look at me now, and I just can imagine what you're going through all the time. So, and the fact that we're in war just makes it so difficult to wrap your head around any other topic, right? To start thinking about big questions. And so I admire even the fact that, Olena, you have started thinking about the role of civic education to deal with trauma. So you're one step ahead of us. I haven't, even had the capacity to think about it. So, just one more time to highlight what a lesson of resilience it is that you are giving to us over here. I think in societies like the Bulgarian one, the war has really highlighted not only old grievances, but also the fact that this is a society that is so divided along the line between those who have never gotten rid of the narrative that we're part of a pan-Slavic nation that is spreading all over the region, and we're one with Russia. in a way. I mean, we've never been territorially, but there is the narrative that we're one people with the Russians, not with the with anyone else, and we do belong in the same pot with Russia, not with the West. And so these narratives that have been around predominantly under communism, but also afterwards, and I would say ever since there is online propaganda, people are very much hit by it, to a point where in Bulgaria too, in the outbreak of the war, 2/3 of the people were supportive of Russia. Even at the presidential debates a couple of months before the war broke out in Bulgaria, the current president was saying that Crimea is actually Russian. So that's the sort of debate we're having in the country. And so it's polarizing the government, it is polarizing the society, and a little bit like Olena was saying, I also feel like the situation makes it very difficult to create spaces of dialogue between different groups, be it in the case Russian and Ukrainians, which I think is also very difficult right now, but be it also in our societies where there is the one side that does believe that Russia is the aggressor, and there is the other side that does not believe that Russia is the aggressor. So I am worried about that polarization, but currently see very little opportunities to be finding the common ground between these groups. So I hope very soon we'll have the opportunity and the space mentally to start thinking about what we can do. And I hope we stop being preoccupied with the war very, very, very soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luisa. You speak for all of us. I would like to hand over to Carolina. Stefan, he had already indicated that the situation we are looking now is sort of a continuation of the conflicts of the 90s, also of the wars of the 90s. You have been living for many years in Croatia. You have been watching the transformation in the former Yugoslavia firsthand. What would be your assessment of this situation? And the second question connected to this, we hear a lot about the guilt, collective guilt of the West about the current situation. And would you say from your point of expertise that the West could have done anything different to prevent this from happening?
I'll have to disappoint you, Noara. I don't think I can answer the questions as you are posing them. But I would also like to start on a personal note. I first lived in Sarajevo. Mm-hmm. Even before Sarajevo, I was for some time on and off in Tirana. In 2000, I moved to Sarajevo. That was 5 years after the Dayton Agreement. And I lived for 5 years in Sarajevo. And my major occupation was to, as an outsider, create spaces in which people who would avoid talking to each other because of the pains and because of taboos would come together and talk. I learned at the time something about trauma, but I think these days I have another repeated learning about trauma and how trauma sheds its light and throws its shadow into the future, and it doesn't disappear, but it comes back. And I see these days people around me in Croatia and those I'm in touch with in Bosnia-Herzegovina to be confronted with their war trauma. And I don't think that we need to ask the question about are we going back into the past, but I think we need to step aside and look at history maybe and our lives in a less linear way. It's also not a circularity, but we live through ruptures of the comforts of progress that we lure ourselves into. Things are not progressing, and the term are not in the way in which we believe they should be progressing. There is a lot of backslashes, and again, step forwards and steps aside. The processes of transition are contested processes. They are very, very disruptive in itself, and they, if they go successfully, achieve the consolidation of a certain degree of stability, of institutions, of ways to work through controversy with each other in democratic ways. And our project had the subtitle, Dealing with Change in Democratic Ways. And I think it is very much about that. And that is why we had the opportunity in our project, each in our contexts in which we are working, to actually tackle some of the main issues that are very controversial in each of the societies that are represented in the project. And I don't think there's in Croatia so much taboo today, but it's a society which is facing up to the antagonisms it has, and it is polarized, and yet it has democratic institutions, and it has a quite vibrant civil society which is providing space for these kinds of controversies and discussions. And there's ways of actually illuminating the overshadowed sides and talk about them. However, work in the non-formal sector is quite different than work in the formal sector. Mm-hmm. And I know from the teachers that we speak to that they often, I wouldn't say shy away, but avoid the controversies in classroom because they know that in the families it's very different of how tricky issues are being dealt with, and there are families with deep war trauma. And as I see currently around myself, living with a man who went through the Bosnian-Herzegovinian war 4 years and crossed, for example, through the tunnel to get in and out of Sarajevo, which was under siege a few hundred times, and who lived through 2 wars in Mostar, and who saw the herbicide and the genocidal daily practice. When on February 24th, the war broke out, he freaked, and for the weeks afterwards, the first 2 weeks, he couldn't talk at all, and whatever talk I tried to start and discussion, it was very explosive. And he was like under a cocoon and put on headphones and listened to Mozart and wouldn't watch the news. And now we have started to speak because of also the children who are following what is happening, and because of speaking with Olena and here in our project, we need to come to terms with what is happening. We need to come to terms with that and see where do we stand. And to get back to what I said at the beginning, there is a disruption. I think what we are clearly faced with, that our view of things progressing, transitioning, transforming into a better world, this is not what's happening. It's happening for some to a certain degree. But in Europe, we have seen in the past 30 years that East and West does matter. We had the idea that the differences would diminish over time. Some do, and others have come afore more strongly. The historical and cultural backgrounds that we each carry with us, they do matter. The transition was often discussed as something that is happening to the East and not to the West. No, it's happening to all of us. We are related to each other. And it was not, it came at times as sort of a celebrating of the West for its historical achievements and the comforts it has been able to create. Yet those comforts are not the comforts of all. That's the second narrative. I think today we are all, and this is what we experience both in East and West, have to see that we are not talking about a history, post-Second World War history of ever-growing prosperity and participation in prosperity of everyone in society. No, we have deep cleavages, and the political discussions and disruptions we have seen in all over Europe show that there are deep social divides in our societies, and those who participate in prosperity and others who have deep struggles to do so for the settings in which we live. And the third issue that I think we really need to put aside is the narrative of the post-Second World War decades of peace in Europe. Mm-hmm. Whenever I hear this, and now I have been living for 22 years in Southeast Europe, I think we need to stop talking about this long time of peace, or rather say for whom it was a long time for peace and for whom it was not. Mm-hmm. And it has still not arrived in many minds of my friends, partners, families in the western parts of Europe that now just 3 decades ago and much further into the present, war was a daily experience just a few hundred kilometers further down southeast in Europe. Mm-hmm. So I think this is something that is back, and now these disruptions or deconstructions of those narratives, I think, culminate in what Ukraine has to go through. And it's currently Ukraine that goes through it. There is the war. I also must say I feel sickened about the praise of the Ukraine fighting for all of us. I know what's meant by this, but we need to acknowledge you are currently in a war situation and we are here still in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. This was very touching and very profound at the same time. And while you were speaking, we were informed that Aliana had to move to a shelter because of, I guess, sirens.
Sorry, dear. Not in the shelter. I just go outside because it was Russian airplane there, and my children are outside. But now I'm sitting here. There is no sirens, so I can talk to you. But checking outside if there are any attacks. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Happy to have you back. Aliana, I just wanted to comment quickly on what Carolina said, because what struck me most of your statement was that this news of the beginning of the war, that you know a person who grasped immediately what this means. And I think many of us, at least I would like to speak for myself, of course we were shocked, but I did not grasp what this means. What does it mean that there's a war, that there's bombs, that there's shooting, that there's tanks? I don't know what this means. I was shocked. I saw the news, but yeah. And, okay. And yes, and that you pointed out that this is actually a privilege and a luxury, not to understand this. I think we should all be aware of this, that first of all, there's a generation in Germany which still also understands the horrors of this news. And also among us within Europe, there are a lot of people who, unfortunately, as we heard from you, could grasp this at the very instant. I would also now like to give the word, thank you for being so patient, Tatievik. We're very happy also to have you here with us today. First of all, because you represent the ENCE network of the Federal Agency for Civic Education of Germany. You are in Armenia. Armenia has also been war-struck for many years and very recently, unfortunately. And we would like to hear from you how this current situation is affecting the Caucasus region and Armenia in particular. We unfortunately already had to hear some news about fighting restarting in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. And also, I would like to hear about the current situation of your network, of the ENCE network, how you're dealing with this. How are you including, excluding partners from Russia, from Belarus, from Ukraine? How do you make it work these days? Please share your experiences with us, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Nora, and thank you, everybody. I hope you hear me well. I'm in a very difficult situation, to be honest with you. When we say Eastern European Network for Citizenship Education, I imagine all this community of really, truly people who are keen to develop harmony in the region and also to develop the humanistic values. But this whole situation, which is led by individuals, let's say, is simply disturbing, and we don't know how to act. Whatever we had gone through before the pandemic and after the Soviet Union has become a bit unstable for all of us. Everyone wants to establish and maintain and improve the democratic values and the governance, but everyone at the same time has their hands trapped, and we don't know how to actually action or how to simply provide our views, what will follow after that. I have friends in Belarus that are every 2 days captured, put into some prison, and then again they are out. And we don't know how to act and how to help them. But at the same time, I still believe in a positive way that if we build back the harmony, which means like this sense of agreement via dialogue, because I believe that it will bring some results, at least during at least at this period of time when we see that everyone is having hard time in all our countries after the situation in Ukraine, in Moldova, for example, facing different type of difficulties, in Georgia, which is under tension of different powers, etc. So to be honest with you, I believe still the dialogue means a lot. While Olena was telling that dialogue has failed, I believe that it means a lot, but it should exist until you know what type of individuals are engaged in the dialogue, what education they have been going through, what values do they share. Are those individuals people who share this civic knowledge, the real one that is towards the humanist, building and establishing the humanistic values, rather than just putting some subjective opinions and also pushing authoritarian or some dictatorship ideas over there. The thing here is that in my life, for example, I have gone through 2 wars. I have seen hunger. I have seen education system collapsing. I have seen another education system raising. But at the same time, I'm seeing that till now, every single country in our network has not developed the exact skills that are necessary for us to promote the real individual and not only individuals, participatory culture values, which will give us more freedom to build the government that we dream of, build the system of the education in formal and non-formal fields to make sure that we have capacity kind of to do that. We have the ownership, we have especially the most important decision-making skills to go forward and to build bright future for our kids. At this point, I can say that while we are the part of the NICI, who is networking the European citizenship education, at the same time sharing our experiences with our sister networks, we would like to make sure that we take the content and the especially best practice processes, and even in our little communities, we implement that. We make sure that our kids know what is the lesson learned that we have gone through? Why there shouldn't be any wars? The why behind everything that is crazy now going through. And to make sure that at least our future generations can understand that this shouldn't have been done. Why individuals should declare they are the owners of our destiny, and etc., etc. So throughout this difficult time, I should say, we try to make sure that our initiatives of building really sustainable civic education, which is keen to develop humanistic values, is still possible, to make sure that everyone in their home, in their country, in their society can participate as active as possible to do changes. My colleagues and our friends in Russia are in such a difficult situation you cannot imagine. They do not share all these, let's say, radical opinions. They are just not able to even raise their voices because there is a really threat to their lives. And you cannot also say that you shouldn't do so in such way because they have kids, they have families. Everyone understands how difficult the situation is. Everyone is supportive, but again, there is some power that is not allowing us to do that. By saying this, I just want to extend again all our prayers or words of support to Olena, to the family, to people in Belarus, in Russia, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and anyone who is either as a part of our network, and not only, to encourage them to do nationwide differences, to make sure that we are reinforcing the democratic attitudes. We are tolerant, we are respectful towards each other, and we are building the sustainable community that is indeed a change maker, an influencer for the future. So this is a great opportunity to talk and to make this voice heard, let's say. Even if I'm talking on behalf of our network, I would like to say that after the pandemic, we did some research and we discovered the holes, let's say, of citizenship education in each country. And we came to a conclusion that the content which is provided to people and the processes which are in place are not aligned together. There is a gap and there is not as much participatory culture in post-Soviet Union countries as we would like to see. For example, on the example of Germany, for the example of the other European countries and not only. So this is the main pain that we are going through. And I believe that with the help of the experts from all over the world and from within our networks, we can do some changes and bring to some peace-building activities.
Yeah, thank you.
So much, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tetievik. I would like to add a very brief, let's say, yes or no question. You said that the people you're working with within your network, they don't share this, you put it, radical ideas, this, let's say, anti-democratic narrative that we've heard about. Would you say that the reason why they don't share it is civic education, that they have been exposed to in one way or the other at some point in their lives? Or would you say the reason is something different?
I would say that partially yes, because we have learned a lot along this developing the way that we are working and the researches that we have done. At the same time, I should say that because we are keen on networking with each other, this networking has been the main partnership building idea, and it has changed a lot. So we understand each other, we understand what values we share and what the outcome should be out of that value sharing. So indeed, this has made an impact on everyone as an individual, as a person who can raise their voice in our countries. At the same time, we go through difficulties, Nora. We can't ignore that. It is a constant thing that we are doing, and we are having a hard time on adopting to the change that we are going through, or even we are change makers, but at the same time we go through again horrible things.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cetjevic, for being with us. We have a bit less than 10 minutes left now for our discussion. I would like to open up the room if there are any questions that you have to our speakers. If you would like to ask a question, you can get up and you have to speak into the microphone over there. Yes, please, welcome, Stanislav. Yeah, but that's because of the camera, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Stanislav.
May I have rather a remark than a question?
Please.
Okay, because thank you very much for all your talks, and especially thank you, Owena, for your presence. And I really don't feel very good to be here, speaking frankly, and discuss in such an elegant, wonderful venue. But I think that I have something important to say about, also not participating in war, but, in our city of Warsaw, the population of Warsaw became about 30% higher than it has been 1 month ago. And every day we also meet the victims of this war. We have them in our homes. We talk to them a lot. They become our friends. This war also, in Poland, there is no other subject than this war, because we are involved in every possible way, apart from sending our troop there. And I think that this war also sets the groundbreaking challenge for the civic education, because it challenges the very cornerstones of this liberal cornerstones of this education that were laid down in 1990s in some optimistic times, marked by Fukuyama's, opinion on the end of history, some even pacifistic ideas that the war is over, the Cold War is over, and the liberal order of the world will be with us forever. This is not true. And I think that we have to admit it, that this is not true. And some basic notions, basic assumptions for this liberal order are not useful for us. The first of all, in my opinion, is that there is good and evil. This is very hard to acknowledge for liberals, because this is very religious belief. And there are borders for relativism, and there are also borders for dialogue, which is the main theme of our whole project. I think that there is no room for dialogue in such a situation as ours, as Owena pointed out. And I'm shocked myself for saying this, because Ronald Reagan was never my hero, but he was right. There is an empire of evil, and there is a totalitarian state that is at the borders of Europe. And this should, I think, predominate also our civic education. And ignoring this fact, I think, was a terrible mistake. and we are paying, and Ukrainians are paying now for making this mistake by civic education and whole political view that was adopted in the West. This is my strong opinion. And the second one is the attitude towards the war and generally toward the justified defense and towards the understanding that democratic education and education and civic education in democratic countries should also entail the education for defending the democracy. And I would never say those words, I think, 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we started. I was never interested in military or something like this. But now I think we are also paying, Ukrainians paying the cost for us, that we were not considering this, that we didn't think about the ability of defending the democracy and defending our values against the empire of evil and the totalitarian states that are not sharing our values. We now see that it was a terrible mistake, and Chancellor Scholz admitted it in Bundestag 1 month ago. So I know that these are not easy remarks, but in my opinion, the discussion about civic education after 24th of February of 2022 may not be carried out without asking those questions about the basic assumptions of our civic education, in which I also personally participated for years. This is my.
Thank you very much, Stanislav, for sharing your opinion and for also giving us an insight on how it is like in Poland these days. We all know that you are very much more directly also affected from the situation that, as you said, you're dealing with it every day. It's right by your doorstep, so to say. So, yeah, thank you. And actually, I just wanted to give the last minute to Aliana, but I think now she disappeared. If she's still there, Aliana, we are happy to hear from you. There she is. Aliana, would you like to have like a final statement on what you heard here in this discussion? You can also say that please stop talking and start helping us. Please say whatever you feel at the moment and what this discussion made you feel like as well.
Just one thing, maybe after your talk, that we shouldn't stay in our bubble. That Facebook is really increased these bubbles around us. We just deleted all friends that we didn't like. We add some people who we love to talk with, and what we see that there are so many groups around us that think differently, and they actually have this different point of view, and we need to pay attention to this. I will tell you that some people in Mariupol, then they came out of this theater that was bombed. They say that, this Ukrainian army put something on our roof. That's why Russians targeted us. So this Ukrainian fault that we were targeted. And also there are people in my husband's hometown, Lysychansk, his actually relatives, who think that Ukraine is bombing them because they're listening with Russian media, and they are talking with each other only. And we do the same in Ukraine. We speak with people who we love and think of it the same way. And then we discuss with dialogue. We need to talk with different people than we are. Also, that because it's crucially important, really, to build these bridges and to find the way how to explain our point of view. Otherwise, all will be under this attack. And it's so easy to destroy culture and so easy to destroy all kind of dialogues and humanitarian point of view on somebody. For me, it's really the challenging moment to not argue with people who's publishing the photo of the soldiers that are died, and they are not writing well messages about them from Russia, for example, because I know that hate is huge now, and to stay calm and to be the person, it's really hard in such time. And I wish to all of us to really be the human beings, first of all, and to find the way how to deal with transition inside us. And for sure, what I can say that we spoke a lot about this decommunization before, and one little guy with ambitions from Russia say, I will decommunize them. So I can say that he do it so well, because people are now really don't like Soviet Union at all anymore, so many people, and they want to be in democratic country. So it works somehow, so hard, but works. I think we will have a lot of job to do in future, and I wish to all of you also bravery and patience, because I think it's so hard for your countries also, because there are a lot of people from Ukraine coming in your countries, and also challenges that you will face after all this, and maybe now with economical, political field. So we need to stay strong and motivated to do our job, because it's needed now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena. Thank you for restoring our faith in the purpose of dialogue. So we are going to do that in the next 2 days. And please don't worry about how our countries are dealing with the situation. This is really the least that you should be worrying about right now. And we were very glad that you could join us today. We will hear from you later. In our session about the work that we have done on Ukraine. And yes, thank you also very much, Luisa and Carolina. I would have wanted to hear more from you, but our time is up now. And I would like to hand over to Alexander Formosov. Alexander Formosov, project coordinator of the Transition Dialogue project, and he's going to present now what up until a month ago was supposed to be the main news of today's meeting, which is the handbook that we have created together in the past 2 years. So I will give you the stage. I think we all can give Alexander the stage. And thank you.
Thank you very much for this talk, and thank you very much for the introduction. Despite everything, what is happening right now, I think we are still glad to be here together and to have this opportunity to talk with also directly with many of our partners present here in Berlin, and also glad that we can address you who are watching us online or following us online. I will be brief, and my task is to present one of the main results of the Transition Dialogue program, which lasted the last 2.5 years. This is a handbook for history and civic education, teaching history of transition in Europe. And I would like to start very briefly by summing up why we think this is important, and then I would like just to guide you very briefly through the structure, through the outline of the handbook. And I hope that you will be interested to follow it in more detail. It will be published in print soon after the conference, and it will be also available online on transition-dialogue.org under the teaching materials with many other materials. When we met as a group, as a project group 2.5 years ago, we had a wonderful discussion also in Berlin. It seems like it was a very long time ago, but actually it's only 2.5 years, and we were discussing how we go on and why we should teach about transition, and what are we actually speaking about. So what is this transition actually, and why is this an important challenge? And many things have been said already here, so I will just briefly sum up a few arguments why we think transition is an important challenge, but also why we think this is very important to be taught, to be dealt with, and why this also may be a chance. We had a couple of months ago, it also seems much longer actually ago, we had a wonderful conference in Brussels with a panel on the question why it is important for Europe to deal with post-1989 transition in teaching and in civic education and history education. As also the speakers have mentioned here, Stefan Melle has mentioned it, transition itself as a historical period, as a process, of course, it's a huge challenge for many societies. In some places it was very quick change, which people had to deal with. In other cases, it was a very long-lasting and unfinished process, also hard to deal with. Of course, this was a process of which created a big, a deep disruption, friction and controversy in societies. And I think Caroline Hornstein-Tomic mentioned this in our discussions, which creates a very emotional background and ideologized debates. And so transition per se is charged with controversy, and because it was a very deep social change, and in some cases falling apart of societies. Then, of course, this ideologized background impacts how transition is dealt with and how it is taught, or whether it is taught. And this leads me to the core of our endeavor. It is a big difficulty for teachers to deal with this topic, and it requires courage in some times and special skills. But maybe what I've just said is rather obvious. And why is actually transition, why could it be regarded as a chance? And I think we can still think this way, even under the circumstances we are in. First point is just 3 or 4 remarks. First point is that this period is very important for students, for the next generation, and this had been mentioned also on the panel, because it's such an important topic, because it was not dealt with deeply in the public narratives, because it created many blind spots and omitted topics. Let's put it that way. So this is interesting for students. And then, of course, and this is a very, very big topic, actually, transition is, as Alicia Pacevich mentioned in one of the discussions, is a gateway, a point of entry to the most relevant questions of our societies today. It is an entry point to the questions of creating freedom, creating democracy, the most important questions really of the present and future, and creating peace. And yeah, this might lie far ahead of us, but I think still this makes it even more important to think about it. And why is it a chance also is that the topic of transition lies actually at the core of the foundations of the new Europe, of the Europe we live in and the Europe we want to recreate and create further. And this is a chance because it is a topic which can be dealt with transnationally, and this is very important, and that's what we actually tried to do in our 2.5 years program in various ways. This was a very brief introductory word to actually present the handbook. So what we actually addressed with this handbook, I would say, 4 main questions. And these questions correspond to the structural parts of the handbook. The first question is, what is actually this transition, or transitions in plural? So what we are speaking about. Second is what is actually out there, and how schools, how teachers deal with the post-89 transition now. And third is what topics are actually not covered enough, what we think are the most relevant topics which should be dealt with in more depth. And fourth is how to do it methodologically. So what we came up with, and I must add that I think when we started 2.5 years ago, we thought maybe we underestimated the task a little bit, or maybe we changed the goal in the process. Of course, it was also in times of Corona, and we focused in our transnational and interdisciplinary work. We had to rely on digital communication, and we had very few opportunities to meet in person. So actually, it became a very different process of what we imagined in the beginning, but I think it was very fruitful, and this is der Beweis, this is the proof. The book has about 260 pages, and I will quickly point out the 4 main parts corresponding to the 4 questions which I just mentioned. Though in the first part we have a article, a text which sums up the notion of post-communist transition in the 7 countries which we dealt with in this project, and this is the first. The second part is the mapping of transition in curricula, in textbooks, and in schools, which was conducted in all 7 countries. And so we have articles which deal with specific countries. I will just quickly name them. This is Bulgaria, Croatia, Germany, Lithuania, Poland, Russia, and Ukraine. And so this part answers the question, what is actually out there, and also which topics are covered, but what is also missing. And the third part are the actual lesson plans. So we developed in a long process of group work, task forces, we developed a series of lesson plans. Some of them are dealing with specific topics on the national level, specific topics which are very relevant to teaching transition in the specific countries. And there is also a number of lesson plans, transnational lesson plans, which is very unique, which have been developed by groups of our experts and partners from different countries. They were developed jointly. They cover 4 topics, which I will quickly mention. This is the role of civil society in transition to democracy, with examples from Bulgaria, Germany, Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine. The second transnational lesson plan is the economic aspects of transition, taught through a game, which includes examples from Bulgaria, from Croatia, Germany, and Poland. The third transnational topic is public memory, dealing with the past and with competing memories, again with examples from Bulgaria, Lithuania, and Poland. And the fourth and also very important topic is called crime and punishment, about transnational justice in post-communist countries, with examples from Bulgaria, Lithuania, Poland, and of course Germany. So this is actually the biggest part of the book. It presents really hand-on materials for educators, and which we hope will be useful and will be used by educators in Europe, not only in countries which actually experienced transitions in various ways, but we think also it's very relevant for the whole of Europe to understand and to teach. The fourth and last part of the handbook is a methodological part, and which deals with the methods, how and approaches how transition can be better taught. And we have 3 articles in this part which cover the methodology, especially there is a reflection on historical thinking, oral history, and other examples. Use of time witnesses also, and other examples which can be very useful. This is, this part, I would like to add, also includes an analysis on the impact of public discourse, which is also a very important separate topic, the influence of public discourse, of polarization, as I mentioned before in many cases, how this actually impacts teaching, the period of transition. This is a brief outline about the handbook, and I hope I hope we are still in time. So I will just show you again this first copy of the handbook, and we will present it again. So this is not the last chance, and it was a very brief introduction, but we will present it in online seminars and on other occasions, and distribute it, and we hope it will be used Europe-wide. So thank you very much. Thank you. So I will now just briefly tell to the audience online and also here that we will be having now a short break, a coffee break until we have 15 minutes. Yeah, we have 15 minutes break, and we will start again at 11:45 Central European Time, and we will go online then again with the next panel, where we would go really into the examples in next. Actually, two panels, we will go into the examples from the handbook, into the lesson plans which were developed, and the mappings and the analysis, and we will present country cases. So we'll be glad to meet you again online and here in Berlin. Thank you. So, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to the next panel of our conference, and apologies for starting a little bit later due to some technical issues. We will now, in this panel and the following panel after lunch, we will go through the cases, the examples from different countries. So basically, we would present the main results of our 2.5 years work on the handbook for civic and history education, and we will introduce you to the three countries in this panel, which is entitled Between Curricula, Discourse and Politics, and we will go on with the cases of Bulgaria, Germany, and Poland. We will start with the Bulgarian case, and I will briefly introduce the speakers. We have Momchil Metodiev, who will join us online. I hope Momchil is with us. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, Momchil. Momchil Metodiev joins us from Sofia. He's a professor of history in the New Bulgarian University, editor-in-chief of the journal Christianity and Culture, and he has authored numerous articles and several monographs. And for this project, he authored the very challenging first part of our handbook, which we introduced earlier, on the division of narratives on transition in 7 countries. So, Momchil, very glad that you are with us. And I will also introduce Bistra Stoimenova, who is here on stage with us. And I'm sorry. And Bistra, it's great that you could come to join us here in Berlin. Bistra is chair of the Bulgarian History Teachers Association and a board member of Euroclio, the European Association of History Educators. She has worked in teacher training and works as lecturer at the Sofia University. Her professional interests are in modern history and multi-perspectivity, multicultural and civic education. So, Bistra, great that you are here. I will now hand over to Momchil, and I will introduce other speakers later when we come to the cases of Germany with Dörte Grimm and Poland with Alicja Pacewicz and Stanisław Zakruczymski. Welcome you all here on the panel. Please, Momchil, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I hope you can hear me well. Of course, regards to everyone, and it was my pleasure to work for that project, and I must apologize that I'm not able to come to be with you. Actually, I'm right now in Skopje because we have an important meeting between historians, and that's the reason why I was not able to come. Of course, in the very beginning, I should express my deep sympathy to all Ukrainians and to the suffering of all Ukrainians, because when we are talking about history education, civics, history of transition, of course, we should evaluate how we have worked on this case against the current background of the war. I will try to present a brief background for Bulgaria, and then Bistra will go more into details about Bulgarian history textbooks and lessons plan. And of course, when I'm talking about the Bulgarian background, of course, it will be again in the context of the war. Actually, one of the courses that I'm teaching right now in my university, he has a wonderful paradoxical title, History of Present Day. And this semester, when I started teaching it, usually, of course, we know the question, of course, is when this present day starts. And it was clear always that this present day starts with the fall of the wall, with the fall of the communism in Bulgaria, including. But I have never known when this present day is over. And right now, when I have started teaching this class, this course, this semester, it became clear that the events right now are exactly the end of the present day. So those tragic events are a good opportunity to evaluate how our countries, and in the case of Bulgaria, especially Bulgaria, has dealt with teaching the civic education, teaching transition. So I will mention several important to me points. I'll try to explain why, for example, in Bulgaria right now, there is a discussion whether shouldn't be presented different point of views when we're talking about the war. And at the end, of course, I will try to answer this question. I will try to answer why this question exists at all, and I will try to answer this question. So Bulgaria is a textbook example, I can say, for a gradual post-communist transition, where post-communist elites remained influential, which can explain why even today in Bulgaria there is a relatively big and relatively voiceful pro-Russian, or we can say Russophile minority, and it is represented by several political parties, some of them traditional, some of them newly elected, newly created, one of them openly anti-European and anti-NATO party, which is represented in the parliament. It is small, but it is, as I said, voiceful. At the same time, in Bulgaria exists a relatively big social group, which consists of people that felt socially marginalized in the period of transition. And third important point is that in Bulgaria, in the last several years, there is extremely effective social media propaganda, which now became clear it was orchestrated by Russian trolls or Russian organizations, or connected to Russia organizations, to be more precise. Just as an example, I can say that for 64% of Bulgarians, social media is the main source of information. So you can imagine how influential is the social media. Now, the result of all those three prerequisites, 3 points, is that Bulgaria right now is a fragmented society where efforts for improvement of teaching of communism, transition, and civic education, some of those efforts, I must point out, are very effective. They're very well organized, well done. But to some extent, and we should acknowledge that all those efforts are undermined by a voiceful minority whose influence is exaggerated by the social media. What happened after the beginning of the war, when the war started, and how the Bulgarian public reacted, keeping in mind all that preconditions? What we can see right now is a rapid decline of pro-Russian sentiments, meaning that a recent sociological survey claimed that 40% of Bulgarians changed their attitude to Russia in a negative direction. So for 40% of Bulgaria started viewing Russia in more negatively. At the same time, the public voices that supported Russian politics or who declared themselves as pro-Russian they significantly declined. Even I can say that looking into the mainstream media, they almost don't exist. Here I must say that the war was condemned even by public voices and historians who in the past they tried to somehow normalize the communist regime, relativize the communist regime, and who were critical of the post-communist transition, and at the same time they expressed sympathies to Russia in general. So lacking those public voices, however, does not mean that pro-Russian propaganda doesn't exist. Actually quite the opposite, because it led to intensification of anonymous, and this is very important, those voices are anonymous, but they are very well presented in the social media. So they're trying to distract the Bulgarian public opinion, and they're trying, of course, to divert the whole debate to other issues, most often domestic and much smaller political issues. When we are trying to assess how that happened and what exactly happened, I can say that right now we have, due to the efforts of different governments, but mainly civic activists, right now we have relatively good, to my understanding, relatively good textbooks in history, relatively good textbooks in civic education. We have a number of NGOs trying to work in this field. But as I said, all those efforts are undermined to some extent successfully by this social media propaganda. Of course, one of the answers and one of the possible and important answer to me is that we should improve this civic education. We should intensify our efforts for better presentation and teaching of transition and civic education in general. However, I must say, and I think this is important, we have become aware here in Bulgaria quite recently, I must say, that we have also a technological problem, meaning we cannot fight with all those trolls or propaganda only by civic means. There should be some technological answer, although I'm not the person who can answer I cannot answer this question how exactly it would happen, of course, without limiting freedom of the speech. So the result of all of that, and that's my conclusion, is that recently, for example, in Bulgaria, I was invited to a TV show, and I was asked, shouldn't be presented several points of view to the war in Ukraine. I must say I reacted very spontaneously, and I said, no, there is for a country like Bulgaria, there is only one point of view, and this is the point of view of the victims, and I cannot imagine having another point of view for what is going on in Ukraine right now. Or if you want, I can give you another illustration of the same thing. Recently, I read a small text written by a Ukrainian priest, Greco-Catholic priest, who is serving liturgy in the metro station somewhere in Ukraine, and he said, when bomb starts falling, there are no more atheists. I understand very well that we should remain sober, we should remain analytical, we should remain critical, but at the same time, the basic, it is also Christian, but it is basic human understanding of the situation should be on the first place. Thank you. If you have later any questions, of course, I will try to answer them.
Thank you very much, Momchil, for introducing us to the Bulgarian society, which is fragmented, as you mentioned. I would like now just to hand over to Bistra to continue with the presentation, and then hopefully we will have some time for discussion afterwards.
I will try to succeed with technical devices around me. And I would say that probably 35 days ago, all the work that we knew about reflecting, mapping, researching, I mean, it's no more there. In fact, we are here because not only of the project, because we are concerned what to do in the future. I would say that our work, especially in the direction of misuses of history, it's quite not well done, because history was, I mean, like explanation, like excuse for all this atrocity committed now in Ukraine. And in some way, after the brilliant discourse about the fragmented society in Bulgaria of Momchil, I have to tell some things about the very boring world of curriculum and textbooks. I mean, it's quite usual, I mean, traditional, nothing surprising here, but I think I will say some important things, but I think the main will be in the book that Alexander presents us, so we'll have, how to say, something to read. I will give you the appetite to read the book, even the first chapter, which is usually this is mapping part. It's not so expiring, but it's interesting, believe me. And especially reading country by country, you can learn a lot of things about, not only about the transition, but about the reinforcement education, which is also very important. I mean, it's obvious that in each country there are some specificities. In Bulgaria, curriculum especially, not only about history and civilizations, what is the official name of this school subject, but also in the other for the other school subjects, there is so-called state educational requirements or standards. So this is the huge framework that define the main outcomes of teaching and learning, which is good because teachers had a very good tools what they should develop and work with their students, and students are aware what they should cover, like knowledge, skills, attitudes, and in the end, competencies. Here you can show the four standards, fourth area of competencies, which are in the base of the history educational standards. There are points, the first three are mainly on knowledge about the man in the history, society, development, etc., national and cultural heritage, so it's important area of knowledge. And the last one is more or less technical because it's dealing with historical sources. I mean, here, the important and interesting things is what about where is the transition? Transition, surprisingly, is taught, I mean, in different grades and level. It starts in 7th grade, it continues in 9th grade, and finally in 10th grade. So in each grade, there is some differences. And all those differences are very well seen in the mapped textbooks, because you know that very well that textbooks are not only interpretation of a curriculum, but also a very important product realized having in mind the student age, the other very psychological and pedagogical specificities. So in Bulgaria, we have till probably the beginning of 90s till now, which is mean 2016, 17, 18 was the last one, the third generation of textbooks. So there is very well, you can follow the evolution in this area. less author text, more sources, which is mean more active learning for students. And of course, there is probably good trends like development, like introducing this competence-based history education, which, believe me, is not easy way, especially when you have to deal with all reform of education system. Of course, this concern teaching transition, because transition it's presented 3 times in textbooks. The problem is not that it's not presented. The problem is that it's in the end of every textbook, of every planning, which I think it's a little bit problematic in some way. But however, despite of all this remark and my thoughts, I can say that there is several very important conclusions of this mapping, of especially it concerns that there is a quite good point, like the event process and of course facts are presented. They give the basis for students to get this knowledge, to develop with sources a good skills to deal with sources, to make their critical thinking, etc., etc. The problem is that it's not in the curriculum, by the way. That's why it's a real remark. But for example, a very well and modern and very often used approach like multi-perspectivity is almost missing from this part dealing with transition. And in fact, it's interesting because in the other parts, for example, of textbooks dealing with other topics, there is element of multi-perspectivity, but here it's in some way it's missing. It's not only in the narrative, but also in the choice of different sources, written or images, visual sources. So, which it's really it's difficult to develop critical thinking if you don't give to students to make a more wide picture of the process of history, and of course to have other perspectives to all those facts and events. So very, very naturally we are going and moving to what is missing and what have to be made as a national lesson plan. In fact, from the mapping, it's clear that every aspects are presented. The problem is that the accent is on political and economical development. More or less social or cultural factored transformations of society are only marked. They are there because they should be there, but they are not developed. That's why there was a logical conclusion to make a Bulgarian national plan, lesson plan, to be on more or less problems linked to the cultural heritage of communism regime and what you call lieu de mémoire et remembrance, which it means everything how we reflect our recent past. And here we can see on what was this lesson plan. The title is People and Monuments During Times of Transition, and the focus, you can see the very short summary of this lesson plan, the picture of these monuments. I'm sure that the Soviet Army War Memorial in Sofia, there is similar in many Eastern European cities, so it's not something new. but the new is how to reflect on this monument in the center of the Sofia. And the outcomes for this lesson plan was developed based, of course, on our standard, but also on so-called butterfly models of developing democratic culture. So it's linked on the 4 areas. And of course, there is the main outcomes dealing with discuss and express students' own opinion, but using concrete facts, because there are a lot of group work. They should develop teamwork skills, and of course, analyze various types of historical sources and to discover different viewpoints. In fact, lesson plan is made by 2 parts. First one is methodological, and second one is a worksheet with all those different perspectives to the Soviet Army monuments. There is 2 main activities which are linked to the outcomes, of course, and they are work with historical sources here. Amongst different uses of these monuments now, after 1989, students will deal with 2 case studies. The one is the packed Reichstag in Berlin in 1995, like example how we could deal with this controversial past. The second is the movement of the summer 2020. And I put the possible follow-up, it was in 2020. Now I realize that this possible follow-up will be changed a lot because of the recent events, because nowadays this monument probably will be removed. There is a very serious plan, especially about the hybrid war, about other things. And because there was a lot of picture, I want to show, in fact, some of sources included in these worksheets. And the picture with soldier in colors of Ukrainian flag is from 2014. It's against the annexion of Crimea. So, I mean, it's the monuments, paradoxically, now it's like a free space for debate, probably dialogue in some way. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bistra and Momchil, for this very interesting presentation. I think I will now briefly open up the floor for questions, for immediate questions, before we continue to the next country case. So, if there are any immediate questions, then you're very welcome to use the microphone in the at the side of this room, please. So we can adjust. Yes, you can put off your mask. It's okay.
Just so you can hear me. You can hear me better. Or
maybe you could just
lower down
a little bit.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe just introduce yourself in 2 words and.
Hello, my name is Helena Bran. I have been helping with the Transition Dialogue project for about 2 years. I just had a very small question. You talked, Bistra, about the lack of variety of types of sources, lack of photos and cartoons and such, and I was just wondering if you found a reason for that lack of variety in your research?
Thank you.
May I answer?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Yeah. I guess I knew the answer because they used the authors, I mean, teams used usually official sources, declaration, laws, to show the deep of the transformations. But in some way, it's lacking the result, the reaction, the feedback of all those transformations. That's why we have only the official level. There are very few, some personal reactions, some other cartoons, for example. It's probably the perfect source to discuss about how it's view all those transformations in society. So, I mean, it's the desire to present so-called objective way of transformation during the transition. In some way, you lost the other side of the rivers, if I can say like this.
So the subjectivity is important?
I think yes. Otherwise, you have only one picture, like, you know, like idealistic. You have no the full picture. You have only one piece, usually what it's want to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are no further questions at this point, and I am glad to hand over, and I will briefly introduce Dörte Grimm, who is a filmmaker and historian based in Berlin, and Dörte is a part of Dörte is a part of Transition Dialogue program actually for a long, long time. She was one of the initiators, among the initiators, as I heard at the first meeting, which was in Sofia in 2015, together with Caroline Hornstein-Tomic and Luisa Slavkova, who are also sitting here. And so we are very glad to cooperate further with Dörte, not only in person, but also as a member of Perspektive hoch 3 in German, and it translates into English maybe as Third Perspective East Germany. And I'm sure Dörte will introduce her work further in the presentation. And I just need to add very briefly that we had a change in the program because unfortunately Barbara Christoph is fall ill and she could not participate in this panel, which is very sad. But Dörte, so due to this fact, the floor is yours, and we are glad that you're here.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very glad that I can be part of this initiative, and that I was part of this initiative for quite a long time, and I value the work of all the NGOs in this project very, very much. I just have to say that. I was, a personal quote, I was 11 years old when the wall came down, and after or during the 20th anniversary of the fall of the wall, almost 10 years ago, I was part of a group of people. We were artists, or we are artists and scientists and working in the education field. And we watched the public discussion about this happening. And we wondered, where are we? Where's our perspective? Where's the East German perspective? Because we had the feeling that it is dominated by a Western judgment, a Western authority somehow. And we sat together and we thought, why not changing this? We are part of this society, and our views and our perspective is not reflected publicly, and we can find it anywhere, but we belong to this country, so let's do something about it. And so the Third Perspective East Germany was born, and it divided after a couple of years. But all these initiatives like Third Perspective East Germany and Third Generation East Germany, it's called, they are still working in the same field, and we have the same goal to change the narrative and to make the narrative somehow public. I think you can say a lot of things about the German narrative on transition, but I think two major developments you could tell is that the major narrative, if Germany is reflected in media, in this public sphere, in politics, in science, if there's a saying or if it's discussed in public, it's always a West German narrative. Yeah, it's like if you have a look at history or documentaries in TV and so on, it's not like, okay, we have this Western side and there's also this Eastern side. And all of you know, of course, that the transition period is a very delicate and very rare example for transition period, because we always, or we, I say we, the East German side had always the other side, yeah, the Western side to compare. And we became part of a different society, we became part of a different system. And what united us when we came together as this initiative was that we had a huge lack of information, because the generation of our parents stopped to talk about the science, the time of transition and the time of the GDR a while ago. And we had this need to ask them and to force them to tell us what happened. And there are a lot of reasons why this generation keeps silent, but one of them is that their narrative is not part of the major narrative. Like their stories of having lived in the GDR, of having lived in this difficult time of a transition period in the 90s, is not reflected in a normal way. There is a very famous author, Christa Wolf from East Germany, and she said in 1990, she said, like, if you need time to reflect your history and you reflect yourself, it's not easy when you're sitting in court. Yeah, and it's like if you have the feeling of being judged all the time, that you have to explain why you have lived in a dictatorship, why you have lived within a border, and you were not able to change the system. Somehow these questions are still alive in German society. And that makes it not easy to tell all the stories that should be part of the national narrative. My association, or the association I belong to, Third Perspective, started a project which is called Zeitenwende, Times of Change, you could maybe translate it. And we invited people of our generation, eyewitnesses, to become part of a school project. Also, we tried to, we invited them to a workshop to prepare them to become an eyewitness. And we contacted schools, and we prepared school material to prepare the eyewitnesses for meeting pupils in schools. But it's, I can tell you, it's not easy to find schools and teachers who are willing to invite eyewitnesses from this generation. And if you look at the secondary school system, not where you take the A levels, I don't know how to translate that, but in the secondary school, the subject history is shared with geography. So only one time in 2 weeks, German pupils are taught in history, which is, I don't know what to think about it as a historian myself. And yes, I think there's still a lot of things that need to be changed, and maybe we have to accept that there's not only one narrative, but maybe there are two narratives, that the two German sides reflect like two sides of one great story. Maybe we are at this point now to accept our differences. Maybe this for now.
Thank you, Dörte. Maybe I just could follow up with a brief question. When you just explained, there are maybe two narratives or two different views, and this public discourse is rather polarized in Germany. Maybe you do you think? Well, I like 2 points, 2 questions maybe. Do you maybe you could explain a little bit, also as a filmmaker, maybe what kind of difference is there in the gaze? Well, what kind of difference is there actually if you see this from the Western part or from the Eastern part? And do you think this is in process of changing? Maybe referring to the some publications which came up in the recent years, like Nachwendekinder, the children of the post-turn period, post-change period, etc.
There's always an ongoing discussion about when the transition time will end in Germany. But if you are realistic about it, the salaries between East and West are not equal. The pensions are not equal. And if you live, I must say, if you live in capitalism, ownership is not unimportant. And there will always be differences, and our children will not own as much as the children of the Western German side. That's just a fact, yeah. So, yes, this is one fact. And I think one problem is also that the East German side is often problematized with, if the public sphere talks about East Germany, it's often connected to problems. You know, there's a right-wing movement, like the elections showed that there's a tendency of East Germany voting for more right-wing parties, and that's a big concern in all of Germany. But there's a discussion missing where this comes from, you know. And if people don't feel reflected by their political leaders, because only 1.7% of all leading positions in all of Germany are represented by East Germans, that's a huge problem. Yeah, if you are living in the countryside of East Germany, and the politician you are about to vote for didn't grow up where you live and is from the Western side, you don't feel reflected. And I think civic society is still growing in East Germany, and it's growing very much. Yeah, it's not like nothing happened in the last 30 years. Of course not. But sometimes I have the feeling that if it comes to the critical points, using the democratic system, like maybe founding an association, maybe informing the public to get things changed, sometimes institutions and people are missing to move the people and to motivate the people not to give up, but yeah, to turn to or to decide to go further to make things work, and not to turn to parties that might have solutions but use only the way to polarize the society, which provide solutions but don't have it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Stanislav.
Thank you.
You would like to? Yeah. Well, maybe a brief question or comment.
Very brief.
Thank you.
I remember that during our first meeting here 3 years ago, Barbara was talking a lot about this problem in discourse that you're mentioning, this difference and this unseen Eastern Germany in discourse about transition. But she, I remember, was full of hope in terms of the 30th anniversary of the fall of Berlin Wall, and she hoped that during that time maybe there will be some change in this narrative. Was that the fact or not?
I think a little, yes. For example, Frank-Walter Steinmeier announced in his speech during this anniversary that Germany is united when East German stories become part of the main narrative. And that was a huge step. Yeah, there was really, you know, we always had like Angela Merkel, who represented the East German side, but that was it for quite a while. Yeah, but I don't know how to say that, but it kind of shadowed the fact that East German stories are not part of the German narrative. Yes, but I think some things have changed. Yes, and people of my generation, of the third generation East Germany, are now in positions to change something about it. Yes.
Can I clap hands now?
Yes, Alicia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dörte, for very interesting insight, I think, and also a somewhat more optimistic note at the end. Maybe just very small point, when we talked a bit about this, I think the German case is outstanding and very kind of exceptional in if we compare it to other cases in our region, Central and Eastern Europe, because of this, for obvious reasons I don't need to explain, because there was this Western state which was there and stable and ready to, let's say, share the elite, or transfer the elite to the eastern part. And I think it's quite interesting. Just one small point: when we started the project, we did a little mapping how actually transition, how the spirit is called in different languages. You can basically see the result on this transition dialogue poster. I hope it is also visible for the online audience. In German case is striking because there is actually no term for the period after 89. The German word Wende, it means turnaround. The other term, friedliche Revolution, peaceful revolution, also very important, but it also means actually an event rather than a period. So I think it's interesting to also to reflect how this is reflected in the language. So thank you very much, and we will now. I will now gladly hand over to Stanislav Zakruczymski and Alicia Pacewicz for the third country case in this panel. It is Poland. I will briefly introduce the speakers. Stanislav is a historian and a lawyer, and working at the University of Warsaw. An author to a number of articles, publications, policy papers, also board member of the Institute Strategies 2050, which is a think tank, and legal advisor to members of parliament. And Alicia, so we are glad that you are here, Stanislav, and Alicia Pacewicz is, as I already mentioned, our long-term member of the Transition Dialogue Program, a co-founder and senior advisor to the Center for Citizenship Education in Warsaw, an educator, and an expert to civic engagement and school reforms. She also co-authored numerous publications, textbooks on citizenship education, and Alicia is the chairperson of the supervisory board of School with Class Foundation. I will leave it here. The list could be much longer. And I will hand over to you. And I think we will start the Polish case with a short film, right?
Maybe just before we show the film, just short, some words of introduction. Because when traveling here, and especially in the morning, when looking at the panel with Olena hiding from the bombs, one could feel awkward a bit talking about, you know, citizenship education, teaching in normal schools and so on. And I even had, for a moment, I had a feeling, a question in my mind. Has Putin undermined our efforts in transition dialogue? Because I felt a bit, you know, out of a context here. I have 3 families, Ukrainian families, living in the apartments of my 2 sons and my mother-in-law in Warsaw, and I'm coordinating a big group, coalition of NGOs working for the education of Ukrainian pupils in Poland, and we have a lot of them. I mean, this is really something absolutely incredible. Fortunately, the attitudes of Poles, I don't know why. I mean, I have many hypotheses, but it's really like a very good, we have passed this test as a civil society, mostly as civil society and local governments. We have some doubts as far as central government actions are concerned, but they are also trying now to be more effective in coordinating the whole process. So, but very quickly after the thought, you know, does it really make sense to talk about transition dialogue when bombs are falling? The second thought came to my mind. I think this even brings back the sense of talking about the process of transition because it shows how important things that our countries have gone through in a messy process, of course, not finished, with very many mistakes, but that this is something that helped us to be in a different place than, for example, Russia, and even Ukraine. And I have some questions, you know, would it happen if the transition in Russia had been more successful? Maybe if the West would have had a Marshall Plan in the 90s for Russia. Or thinking about Ukraine, maybe our countries, the European Union should be more positive towards Ukraine efforts of the civil society mostly to join the European Union some years ago. That this is something that we, you know, this is alternative history. We have what we have. But as a method for teaching history, I think these are also the questions that we should ask ourselves. And that's why I think a transition dialogue and the work that has been done is very appropriate, even more appropriate than it was some years ago. And we can skip the idyllic images of the roundtable talks that we have on this presentation, but we can't skip the problem. We can't skip the way, the questions about why the totalitarian and authoritarian power is worse, finally, than the democratic one, even if more chaotic and messy, as I'm saying. And why is rule of law important? This is not only a question to Russia. This is also a question to Poland. We have the problem with the rule of law. We were on the path towards populist, anti-rule of law direction. Thanks to the war, maybe this will be changed. We don't know yet. Maybe Staszek he's more into politics, so maybe he has some more ideas here. We would go into more now into how transition is talked about and taught in Poland. For technical reasons, we will begin now with a very short movie, which is part of the project. It was produced half a year ago and presents 5 perspectives of 5 young journalists from 5 youth media with completely different backgrounds. Try to guess from which background those 5 people come. Can we see the movie? 2 minutes, okay?
licealista, licealistka powinien i powinna przejmować się tym wszystkim, naszymi prawami i wolnościami. Czasem mówi się przecież, że to jest coś takiego abstrakcyjnego, odległego. Wydaje mi się, że jest to kompletnie nieprawda. Jest zupełnie odwrotnie. Możliwość mówienia tego, co się chce, możliwość, poczucie bezpieczeństwa związane z tym, że nikt nie może aresztować nas z byle powodu. To są rzeczy, które są ważne na co dzień, tylko są tak naturalne, że traktujemy je jak powietrze. Zawsze istnieje ryzyko, że ktoś będzie chciał te prawa i wolności ograniczyć albo odebrać. Dlatego jest tak ważne, żebyśmy przeciwstawiali się tego rodzaju dążeniom i koniec końców tylko obywatelska wola, tylko wola ludu, jak czasem się mówi, gwarantuje to, że prawa i wolności będą trwać.
Po 1989 Polska stała się częścią globalnego świata i bez znajomości korzeni tej transformacji nie zrozumiemy tego świata.
Niezależnie od tego, czy wy jesteście wierzący, czy nie, społeczeństwo Polski składa się z osób wierzących i niewierzących i Kościół katolicki będzie odgrywał w nim nadal znaczną rolę. Jeśli chcecie zrozumieć, dlaczego znajdujemy się w tych relacjach w takim, a nie innym miejscu, moim zdaniem warto spojrzeć właśnie na okres transformacji, na okres, kiedy ten nowy układ, relacje między państwem a Kościołem powstawał.
Zainteresowanie transformacją systemową po 1989 roku jest niezwykle ważne, ponieważ pozwala wyciągnąć pewne wnioski i zidentyfikować błędy, niedociągnięcia, które zostały popełnione i nie powtarzać ich w przyszłości, móc je przezwyciężyć.
Prawa kobiet, prawa mniejszości seksualnych zostały w czasie transformacji zepchnięte na margines. I myślę, że to, czego możemy się uczyć z tamtego okresu, to właśnie to, żeby nie dawać się zepchnąć na margines, tylko żeby się buntować i żeby walczyć o sprawy, które są dla nas ważne.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was liberal, left, then we had church, Christian Democrats, then we had conservatives, but Nowa Konfederacja, how would you define it? Conservatives, and your contact, Christian left. Do you have Christian left here in Germany? Come to Poland or invite Staszek and his friends. Okay, this was an example of the material that we think is lacking in Polish discourse about transformation and also about in the schools. And we have even written, this movie is longer, then they go deeper into their fields, and then there is also a lesson plan on how to go through it with students to make them recognize better the positions from which they are talking, and also to recognize the fact that there are many stories of transition, that these are, as you were saying, transitions and not just one transition. Okay, and now we have one more idyllic picture. This is the beginning of everything. Sorry to say that in a place where the wall was demolished. This is Gdańsk shipyard, August 1980. And it came to my mind that it looks like something from the very old times, but I remember my thoughts and the questions we had in our minds. Will the Russians enter? It's always with us. Staszek.
Yes. Okay. Oh. I will say a few words about the public debate context on the transition. I produced such a slide which is full of content, but I will try to make it short. So I think that there are generally four big topics, big problems related to the transition, and there are arguments, and I wanted to present you some arguments of the people who endorsed the model of transition in Poland, and those who are critics of this transition model. And what is very important and interesting, I think, that the critics of transition in Poland, this is not an homogeneous group. There was a lot of left-wing right-wing criticism, which was especially present in 2014. 2014, there was a huge debate in Poland about especially social economic issues of transition, and there is also, let's say, conservative, a bit nationalistic, right-wing criticism of the liberal model of transition, because Polish transition was, I think, the ideal of liberal model of transition. It was perceived like this till 2015, at least, and it is this right-wing criticism was the criticism produced by today's governing party and its, let's say, intellectual alliance. Okay, so the first of all was the problem of transitional justice, which is present in our crime and punishment scenario, and the liberal model of this transitional justice, which was introduced in Poland. So very limited accountability of post-communists, and the proponents of this idea say it was good because it allowed Poland to effectively face new challenges, and it helped us to avoid the bloodshed on the streets and to home war, civil war, or like, for example, in Romania. But the critics of transition say that thanks to this smooth liberal way it was carried out, the post-communist got the privileged position, especially in the political and economic system. Okay, let's go further. The second thing, and this huge debate of 2013 to 2015 about the socio-economic aspects of, especially Poland was the model example of neoliberal reforms of shock therapy by Leszek Balcerowicz. And the proponents of this point out that it helped us to achieve a huge economic growth, and it is true. The economic, the starting point for Poland and for Ukraine in 1989 was very comparable, and now Polish economy is 4 or 5-fold bigger than Ukrainian one. But the critics of and those proponents say it was a golden age of Polish economy, but the critics say point the huge spheres of social exclusion, of structural unemployment, which was with us till about 2013, 2014, and this big debate, the emblematic was the debate in 2015 during the presidential election, when one candidate of liberal Poland, let's say, said it is a golden age, but the second said the Poland is in ruins, and was pointing to those spheres of unemployment and was on. Okay, the third problem is the problem of liberal democracy. There are views that Poland was a model liberal democratic state before 2015, with the independent judiciary, well-developed local government, and what's on, free media. But the critics of transition coined the very interesting idea of impossibilism, that the country, the executive power is powerless in such a system and cannot solve the real human problems. And the last thing is I think the least controversial, is the problem of integration with the West. Unlike in Bulgaria, in Poland, the membership in NATO and in EU never was contested, but the problem is in details, because Polish government, as maybe you know, since 2015, 2016, is in a long dispute with Western structures, especially with European Union, when it comes to the rule of law. And they say that, okay, we want to be in Europe, but we want to retain our sovereignty. And this discourse of sovereignty is very much present in Poland. It was in brief, and I want to show you 2 slides from very important events that took place in this period, in the meantime, from our last meeting. The first is the women's strike. This is the Alicia's photo and Alicia's emblemat. Yes, there were massive protests, huge, really hundreds of thousands of people were protesting in Poland, especially of women, but not only, were protesting against the tightening of abortion law in 2020. And I think that this is very important from the point of view of the history of Polish transition, because how it is said in Polish, the abortion compromise, which produced one of the most conservative abortion laws in Europe, was a part of, let's say, constitution it is not in the constitution, but it was one of the constituting moments of early 1990s, and it gained the Catholic Church's support for the transition. And I think that in the late 2020 it was questioned by this majority of Polish society. And the second is the great crisis, humanitarian crisis, that from Ukraine is now transferred to Poland. You can see, I saw on my very eyes such places where the hundreds or thousand rather of refugees are laying. It is really heartbreaking. But this changes not only our approach towards Ukrainians, but also approach of Polish government. Here you can see President Duda, who is from this conservative party, and of our society towards the Western world, I think, and towards the transition too. Because I don't remember any time when that much, that frequently this transnational aspect of transition was praised by everyone. Now Poland stands firmly in NATO and European Union, and even ruling party is not questioning this. I think that this is the moment when nearly everyone in Poland is really proud of this geopolitical aspect of transition. And the last visit of President Biden, which was widely commented in whole the world, is I think the best proof of this. Okay, now I.
Can we change, because I don't see the screen? I'm on.
Of course.
We don't have much time. I have too many slides, so I will make a very marathon, but you don't have to read what is there. So imagine yourself, and it's easy to imagine also in Bulgaria and Croatia, how to be an author of a textbook, how to be a teacher, how to be a student in a country where there are 2 different narratives on who has organized the strikes in Gdańsk. Or was Lech Wałęsa a hero or a snooper, a collaborator of communist secret police? The roundtable talks, was it a peaceful negotiation and smooth passing of power, or was it a rigged bargain between elites of communist times and so? You can go through all those questions, and there are many more that are asked. And, it's not easy to teach transition in such a situation. But as Bistra was saying before, there is always a temptation on the part of the government to use history, or rather to misuse history for shaping minds, for creating the mindset that you need to rule more effectively and to to win the next elections. And if you go through different stages of the educational reform, we have gone through, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 national curricula changes during the last 30 years, and you can really trace the changes and you see who was doing it and why it was done in such a way. In general, transition is not taught in a proper way. It's in the curriculum maybe around 5 to 7%, but it's always, as everywhere, maybe with the exception of Germany, at the end, in June, when no one really wants to study anymore, and even the teachers, they would say some anecdotes, they would pass some facts which the student needs to know if he wants to pass the exam. But it's very often the young people are saying, if we want to find out something about transition, we have to dig by ourselves. And there is also a general problem. I don't know how it's in other countries, but there is a general curriculum overload. There are maybe 2,500 requirements that individual student has to go through during his learning career. Very detailed in 12 different subjects, it's completely undoable. And also here, if you see at least the last 2 or 3 versions of the national curricula, it's so much packed with facts. And officially, these are the things that can be checked during the exam. So it's easy for a teacher to say, I don't have time for any controversies, I don't have time for any debates, we have to go with the material. And what was very clear during the last reform of the national curriculum is that historical policy, I don't know if it translates well into your context, but in Poland, even the term was coined by the right-wing intellectuals and ministers, that we need historical policy, which means we need to treat history as a source of national pride, national identity, and to really counteract pedagogy of shame, as they call it. And this also concerns transition. So transition is part of and should be part of a story of, how Poland saved the world and how some people were heroic, but not the ones that the previous governments were putting on the stage. So there is a very visible process of creation of new heroes. It's not Wałęsa who organized the strike, but Kaczyński brothers. If you have in a book a picture of Wałęsa on the left side, sometimes you don't even have him. I will show you one illustration. On the right side, you have to have a picture of Anna Walentynowicz, who is a hero worshipped by the other side. So this is really going crazy. And also, even in the primary school textbooks, there was a thesis that solidarity movement and the transition has roots in after the war guerrilla, Polish guerrilla, cursed soldiers, as they call it, which they just are trying to create their own pantheon, yes, le panthéon of heroes that would fit better the ideas they have. Okay, and of course, it has freezing effect on textbook authors, and there was even another attempt that the present minister, Czarnek, it's called Lex Czarnek, he wanted to introduce a new law which would limit the autonomy of the schools, threaten the school directors to get dismissed if the improper NGOs or improper content were taught in his school. With the big campaign that we, civil society organizations has started in August, we have managed miraculously to get the veto, the presidential veto, at the beginning of March. Some people say that it's because of the war, and he said it openly that we want to be united, we don't want to have civil society now against us, let's veto the law. But the minister is saying that he will come back with an almost unchanged version of it. I think I should probably go to the end, and I have 10 more slides, so I will maybe show you just one. Where is the, I'm sorry. How can I come back here. Okay, because there was a beautiful, oh, it's gone. Anyhow, if you look into the Polish, very strange, if you look into Polish textbooks, mainstream textbooks, you would see a very canonic, emblematic picture of what has happened. You would see a lot of priests, you would see men, you would see sometimes very often with mustache. You wouldn't see any alternative stories, and even you wouldn't have any multi-perspective landscape. And one thing that you also can notice is that even if you have it in the textbook, it wouldn't be probably part of the class discussion for the reasons I have explained. Lack of time, lack of the sense of gravity of the transition as part of Polish history. And one thing that has happened lately, and this is very, very dramatic, the new subject was introduced. It's called History and Contemporary Times, or History and Modernity. And it looked at the beginning as a dream come true, but it's pure indoctrination, and it is a very good exemplary model of how to misuse history. For example, if you talk about European Union, you talk about growing position of Germany, of ideological controversies, on the forum of EU institutions, of crisis related to immigration, of Eurozone instability, Brexit, and COVID pandemic. That's how European Union is presented in the curriculum. And you can read the opinion of the biggest, most prominent committee on how to teach history, that it's a threat, it brings a threat of ideologization or even indoctrination. And we have here two parallel worlds. One is the word of uniting around being part of the European Union, of the democratic world, and being, part of NATO. And on the other side, you have institutions, people, and especially the ministry who are following the old path of misusing history for political reasons. And maybe if we have 30 seconds more, Staszek could tell something about the local government, one of the lesson plans that we have written, because this is his passion.
I think that maybe I will not dig into the details. I think that all those lessons, those transnational lessons that we developed, that you mentioned in your speech, that we took part in every transnational lesson, they are the response for filling these gaps or these controversies. And also we produced the national lesson plan concerning the local governments, which is, I think, one of the biggest achievements and one of the most real achievements that every single student in every place in Poland can, experience in his own skin and in his own life. And this lesson, the national lesson plan, aims at, matching this history of transition by great age, political history with the personal experience, and that will be all.
And we hope it will be also accessible on the webpage of DRA. Though it's not transnational, it's national.
Of Transition Dialogue, of course, yes. Yeah. The webpage transition-dialogue.org, and for sure, all these materials, these wonderful materials, will be available there, and also the whole handbook. And yes, we should wrap up the session. I think we had a wonderful series of insights into these three contexts of Bulgaria, Germany, and Poland. So thank you very much, Bistra and Momchil, who is online. Also Dörte, who had to leave us because of another appointment. And thank you very much, Alicia and Stanislav. I think there would be a lot to discuss, a lot more. I hope we will have more time for discussion in the following sessions and days, tomorrow also. So thank you very much again, and thank you for watching us, for following us. We will now finish this session and we'll start again at 2:30 Central European Time. We will start on time, and now we have lunch break for those who are here and also for those who are watching us. So thank you very much.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. After our short break, we are here again at the Transition Dialogue Meeting 2022. After we heard the first round of country cases, we're going to continue now with our session on history of transition as history of independence and state building, where we will be discussing the cases of Croatia, Lithuania, and Ukraine. With me on stage again is Karolina Hornstein-Tomic. She is going to present the case of Croatia together with her colleague Vedrana Pribicevic, which is with us online, I assume, somewhere. Vedrana, we welcome you. Hello, Vedrana. Pleasure, as always. Beautiful background picture, very fitting to the occasion. And after we hear from Croatia, we are going to speak to Giedre Tumosaite and Vaidotas Stepanavicius. Vaidotas, please forgive if I pronounce that wrong once again, but I hope you will forgive me, and I'm very glad to see you again in this setting, even if you couldn't come here in person, but welcome Giedre, welcome Vaidotas.
Hello everyone.
Yes, hello, welcome. And after that, the third case is going to be the case of Ukraine. And we welcome back Aliana, with whom we had the pleasure to talk this morning, and also welcome Alexander Krolikovsky, who is our expert for the Ukraine mapping. Very big pleasure to have you. So, Karolina, I think I will hand over to you, and Vedrana, I think you're going to present together, or?
Are you going to ask me a question?
No, I wanted to turn over to the case of Croatia and to the presentation of the mapping, which I think Vedrana and you are going to do together. So yeah, we are curious to hear.
Thank you very much. I will start. In fact, the team, the Croatian team is even larger. There is Vedran Ristic, a history teacher from Osijek, who was working on the mapping, and we were a wider group of colleagues who discussed with him different drafts of the mapping and brought in some other historian perspective, and also the perspective of two economic experts, one economist and one sociologist. So it was a process actually of developing the mapping for Croatia, in which a group of people was involved, but the main author is Vedran Ristic, who has the insight of how the transition is being taught in Croatian schools, and who is also an author of a history book which just recently came into practice. So I will just speak a bit about the wider context, and then hand over to Vedrana, who is an economist, and I will explain why we brought an economist into the game. The history of the transition in Croatia, it is actually less referred to as transition, but rather as changes in a very broad sense, has been included in history books for the last class, meaning the 8th class in primary school, and the 1st class and the 4th class in secondary school. So it is touched upon at different stages in the educational cycle of a pupil. And in some parts, it's also been picked up in geography, particularly in high schools, 4th grade. The transition history is embedded in the process of the dissolution of Yugoslavia. It covers the 1980s, the developments after Josip Broz Tito's death, and it leads up to the Homeland War of the early 90s. It describes the democratization and state-building processes. It goes very much into nation building, and therefore it has been at different stages of the transition an instrument of nation building itself, one has to say. The first revision of history or the writing of new history textbooks took place in the 1990s, and were very much under the impression of the historical developments of the time. And the first major revision then and commissioning of new textbooks took place after the millennium and after a change, the first change of government after the year 2000, with a new center-left government in place who replaced the Tudjman government. And then you could see that with every government change, history teaching again became an issue, and again the expert groups were reconfigured, and debates, of course, took place about much less in the course of the developments about historical facts. They were determined, however, about the evaluation of those facts and about rather what is missing, which perspectives are underscored and which are particularly highlighted. So you could see shifts in perspectives and framings of historical developments that were also finding its way into the history textbooks. We had after 1910 and after EU accession in 2013, again, curricular reforms, and in the course of those reforms, again, and government changes, again, disputes about how to tackle the issue. And meanwhile, as a result also of educational reforms, we have civic education as a cross-curricular subject in Croatian schools. However, it is up to teachers of whatever subjects to pick up on civic education and include it into their classwork. As was already described by our colleagues from Poland, we, discussing the issue, sometimes sketch a picture as if it was a huge topic in education all along. But we do need to say that the overloadedness of the curricular at different stages of a pupil's educational cycle leaves very little space for the transition period. So therefore, we need to put things into perspective. We discussed widely what was missing and actually identified that something that we would find important to highlight is the economic circumstances and developments that took place in the course of the transition process, and to go into more in-depth, and as they are just, let's say, scratched upon in the school books so far. And this is why we brought Vedrana Pribicevic into the picture as an economist to actually work on a lessons plan together with Vedran Ristic, and also to further in-depth develop across national lesson plan how to teach the history of the transition. So I would like to hand over to Vedrana, who came in into our team to actually take upon herself that task.
Thank you, Caroline, for this very kind introduction. The task that I was given was quite cumbersome, and when I first looked at it, it seemed to me nearly impossible to actually teach children of age 14 or 15 or even 18 anything meaningful about transition. What I found especially challenging is explaining and kind of simplifying what is known to be the largest human endeavor of directed institutional change, so that pupils may understand it, despite them actually not having sufficient knowledge in economics or even politics, if you wish. So what we first identified that was missing, if you look at history books, if you look at books that tackle a course which is called Politics and the Economy or something like that, which is a course that is taught in high schools, and also in geography books, what we found missing was actually that huge chunk of economic history that was completely overshadowed by the war. So I must say that I was very unpleasantly surprised, because I don't have, of course, children of that age. So I don't have children at all, but I definitely don't have teenage children, so that I can see what kind of books they study history from. I was very unpleasantly surprised to see that the entire narrative inside the textbook, even the parts that were related to economics during transition and early post-transition, were instrumentalized to actually kind of be a tool of nation building, so to say, right? Mythology building, even, right? And that saddened me greatly, because the transition process is very as it is complicated, it is also very interesting. And how did we approach all of this? Well, clearly, I mean, I can't teach, or I can't make a curriculum about teaching transition at a university level, right? Because that would be then for students who are definitely older than 18 and possibly even had some sort of economics course before that. But I had to take something that is very, very close to every, or at least I hope close to every student or to every pupil, and that is the experience of going on a vacation. And this was something that we tried to use as an instrument to explain how tourism changed from Yugoslavia to Croatia and through the transition period. So we kind of wrapped this very large boulder that's called economic transition. We kind of tried to wrap it into this nice paper of tourism that was supposed to kind of make it a little more digestible to students, because if nothing, they've had personal experience with going to the seaside, at least if they were Croatian. But I'm pretty sure that almost all children in post-communist countries had, I hope, at some point in their lives, that kind of experience, right? And what we wanted to show is that how the entire economy transformed, and then how tourism transformed with it. And it's actually quite interesting, because tourism is perceived to be one of the Croatia's, I would say, both a blessing and a curse, right? And it's something that brings us the very much needed foreign currency, but it's also a main source of our rent-seeking economy. So we kind of wanted to see how this, both the experience of tourism and the economics of tourism, i.e., how did the hotels change, first from being publicly owned to being government owned, then to being privately owned. So we kind of tried to wrap the story of transition in this tourism wrap, just to make it more digestible for pupils. And I think we've done a fine job, because my colleague Vedran Ristic, who's a historian, has found some beautiful absolutely beautiful sources from certain books that are quotes by different guests in Croatian hotels before the transition or at the eve of the transition. And then you can see that hotels and what we call Zimmerfrei, right, the private accommodation, which was indeed a very predominant form of private entrepreneurship at the coast, even during socialism, right? How all of this changed during transition, or didn't change during transition. This is the story that we're trying to tell. So I think we did a good job, and I just hope that the plan is going to be used. As Caroline said, unfortunately, there is very little time devoted in the curriculum for these kinds of topics, and there's, you know, probably more than 10 hours devoted to the crux of the Homeland War between 91 and 93, and within this, students learn very little about what happened during privatization, which is still in Croatia a very controversial topic. And actually, privatization is the main source of the distributional injustice that people feel, right? So it's the privatization that was not done right is the reason why people are pretty much unsatisfied with the results of transition. So I think that it's super important to kind of make room for this economic aspect of transition inside the regular curriculum, because from what I see, unfortunately, that most of the time in the curriculum is gobbled up really by topics that, well, for a lack of better word, tend to antagonize children in a way that's really not appropriate for any textbook, let alone something that's being taught to minors. So this was something, me as an educator, I was pretty shocked to see that kind of narrative, the kind of us vs them narrative, is present in a textbook, in a modern textbook for minors. That's something that's really outside of anything that I know about, you know, pedagogical standards. I have no idea how that ended up there. I assume this has to do with it has to do with politics. It has to do with the fact that Croatia is still in its nation building phase, which can unfortunately have, you know, when young minds are exposed to this uncritically, can have toxic effects and even worse consequences. So I just hope that our lesson plan will kind of push these myths to the side, leave more facts, and leave more knowledge in the end.
Thank you very much, Vedrana. That was very insightful. Yeah, I think we all agree that this narrative that you mentioned, the we versus them, is basically at the roots of everything we've been discussing today. That's problematic, and this is why exactly we have been starting this project, because as we can see, the narratives, they find their way into the textbooks and into the younger generations' minds where we don't want them. And I would also like to thank you also, Vedrana, for creating this lesson plan for us, and for through choosing this topic on economics. You also opened up the Croatian case for, let's say, a wider audience. Yeah, so even a German teacher who wouldn't maybe necessarily present the case of Croatia to his students, but if he wants to speak about economic transition, he could use this lesson plan. So yeah, Thank you very much for the contribution. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Carolina. Please feel free to stay with me here or to move as you please. We are going to move, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vedrana. We are going to move a lot north, geographically speaking, to our dear colleagues from the Open Lithuania Foundation, Giedre and Vaidotas. Unfortunately, I only see you on a small screen down there, so please don't be confused if I'm looking there. I'm looking at you actually. So yes, welcome. And I don't know whom of you was supposed to start. I guess I will hand over to Giedre, maybe to also give a bit of the general context as Carolina did, and then Vaidotas can go more into detail of your mapping. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nora. Well, actually, I will make very brief intro, and then we'll pass the word to Vaidotas, and then we'll take it back for some practical presentations, for presentation of practical examples. You know, before the lunch break, I was carefully listening to the presentations of our colleagues from other countries, and now the Croatian example. I don't know, I hope that all participants and viewers can realize that besides of our very unique experiences as countries, as educational systems, we share a lot of, well, share a lot of similarities in terms of the systems, in terms of the processes, and in terms even challenges. For example, Poland mentioned the curriculum reform going on. So I believe that many countries we are under this, Lithuania as well. The same with the time when students learn about the transition period. I think we also share with other countries that it is usually the end of the school year. It's late April or mid-May when weather is nice and preparation for the exams or the end of the school year is in the air. Lack of multi-perspective approach. Also, this is something that we share with other countries. And even the narrative of the great savior who has caused the collapse of the Soviets. We even can recognize this in many, or in some countries' narratives. So, and probably that's why all our transnational efforts make sense. And yeah, we are really glad of the opportunity to be here, to be in this project, and to expand our horizons a little bit and contributing to this work, which is very important. And for the more concrete context, I would pass the word to Vaidotas, who has joined our team with some very practical and concrete help. And probably, Vaidotas, you would introduce yourself a little bit more. And yeah, just floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vaidotas. I'm a teacher, education consultant. I'm teaching civics, history, social science, humanities. And I'd like to structure the case of Lithuania, how we mapped the situation, and start from the status quo in discourse in Lithuania. So, well, to start off, it's mostly emphasize the political issues of the transition period. These include relations between the Soviet Union and Lithuania, the Soviet aggression and repression, the relations between the Communist Party and new pro-independence political organization, so-called Sąjūdis, literal translation in English is movement. However, the core then that public discourse is concerned is the March 11, the reestablishment of the state of Lithuania. Alongside the latter, public events are mostly based on the commemoration and celebration of freedom, emphasizing a non-violent resistance and suffering during the January events that took place in 1991 when masses of people stood against the Soviet tanks and troops. However, recently, the national TV engaged with personal memories and perspectives on the transition period, showing the challenges and hopes of common people. And it has become quite prominent and popular project broadcasted during the popular time. There are also louder voices on behalf of national communities of Lithuania, accepting the fact, accepting the failure of their integration. For example, national minorities or national communities often prefer Russian state channels rather than local ones. There is quite much coming from the private initiatives, exhibitions concerned with social life in the 1990s. One may find several popular social media where groups represent life in 1990s, romanticizing a little bit, depicting social, cultural, and economic life, illustrating it well. From my personal experience working in school, I can see how my homeroom students are mimicking 1990s styles, listening for music, clothing, a little bit romanticizing it. Going forward towards the curriculum, it is important to note that textbook policy is decentralized, but this must be based on the curricular requirements and must be approved by education experts. Therefore, each textbook approaches the transition period slightly differently. Firstly, the main narrative highly matches the public discourse, that is the state independence and the oppression of the 50 years occupation. The major player is also aforementioned Sąjūdis, the movement, led by intellectuals and prominent public figures. The major emphasis is on the events that are considered the most impactful, such as the Baltic Way, that was the longest human chain across the 3 Baltic states, commemorating Nazi German Pact, which determined the illegal occupation of Eastern Europe, including Lithuania. That chronicle of the Baltic Way is used to suggest that everyone had the same dream for independence, which soon came to reality 2 years later, 1.5 years later. And it is very close to truth, as 90% of a highly attended referendum, people voted for it. However, there is no discussion on the fears and attitudes of those 10%. Another prominent feature is the emphasis on the nonviolent resistance that is also known as the singing revolution, the phenomena, because people were gathering in peaceful demonstrations, sang together, folk songs, rock marches, and so on. Looking further and deeper towards teaching those traditional democratic statehood attributes, such as the freedom of speech, independence, national solidarity, patriotism, and resilience, are taught as using interactive efforts, such as flash mobs, or relevant phenomena like Hong Kong movement, showing that it is still relevant today. However, the economic, social, cultural aspects of everyday life of the transition period are diminished, so leaving most emphasis on political aspects. Similarly to the official discourse, that reflects those facets of the period in the post-communist society only to a certain extent. So lack of attention here. Like in other post-communist states, due to a drastic change in the political system, Lithuanian society experienced a significant transformation and shock. People lost their jobs, struggled to find a new one, new rules of the game of the free market economy, losing their savings due to currency drop, the consequences of the shock therapy in privatization policy. Interesting to note that there was a radical change in the social statuses. Those who formerly were pro-communist officials and organizations became now a sign of shame, and while market traders became rich and influential people. what is also important to know that both textbooks and public discourse engage with the mixed attitudes of Russian and Polish national communities only to a limited extent. There are more national communities, but I'm emphasizing the larger ones. Textbooks as well as public discourse discuss the anti-independence resistance movement known under the Russian title Yedinstvo, as well as the nationals who stood together for independence of Lithuania. However, there is little reflection on the dilemma they felt that their national identity might not comply with the popular discourse of the independence of Lithuania, and fears that they might become aliens to the new concept of Lithuania. A remark from my master thesis on that, I remember a note in the curriculum, a suggestion that to reflect with Lithuanian students, what is their opinion on the national communities in their country. But then having in mind that Lithuanian national communities also taught based on the same program. So then a question arose, so are they asked what Lithuanians think about them? Of course, it's a mistake. Somebody didn't think about that much. But as Giedrė mentioned, we are facing a new program. So we're expecting it to be even more critical. That is indeed critical, but only to a certain extent. A shift in the system of values among the former generations and the 90s youth seem to be also lacking development. A case of senior year or 12th grade, the students are taught also what is in direct alignment with the public discourse, that is de-Sovietization of all aspects of life. The Soviet mentality is being discouraged. There is continuous process and debates on revealing the names of the people who collaborated with the Soviet power structures, who were in repressive organizations such as KGB. But that does not seem to conclude soon, despite some public pressure. And although Soviet symbols were forbidden and many monuments have been removed, the everyday life artifacts of the Soviet period have become a theme for arts and exhibitions. One of the most famous is in Drutas Park, an open sky museum where Soviet monuments are collected and exhibited for education. So you can see Lenin showing the brighter tomorrow in one place, many different compositions of them. So when did the transition period in Lithuania end? There is no settled consensus on that. One may assume it was 1990, March 11, when independence was declared. Others that 1991, when Lithuania was accepted to the United Nations, or 1993, when Soviet troops, tanks left the country finally, or 2004, when Lithuania entered European Union or NATO, or maybe transition haven't ended yet, because we still talk about Soviet mentality, that we have to dig it out and continue a change. So that's my part. Giedrė, I'm giving mic to you.
Okay, thank you, Vaidotai. I will continue with some more practical observations. That when we talk about the teaching transition period, we talk about the 3rd, 5th grades, and also 6, 10, and 12 grades. When it comes to 3rd and 5th, the smaller ones, the younger ones, so the transition period or themes related to transition period are mostly focusing on the national context. For the older ones, for the older grades, it already includes European or international perspectives. However, the context of other Eastern European countries or their role in the democratization processes in the 90s is often absent. The lack of regional context gives students a narrowed understanding of the concept of transition itself. It is also because the transition period is usually or often seen as only as a political change, and its impact on people's everyday lives is not discussed or it's done too rarely. Europe as a concept is defined as political, economic, or cultural space without identifying the differences or peculiarities of like Western, Eastern, Southern Europe. So it also probably has, this is also probably the reason why the history of Lithuania is often seen separately, not only from Europe, but also from Eastern Europe, European bloc. Moreover, as I was mentioning before, Lithuania is presented as the country that caused the collapse of the Soviet Union, which corresponds to public discourse in a way. Concept of the transition could reveal the depth of these radical changes and their consequences. Yeah, for example, as it already was mentioned by Vaidotas, more information about various attitudes prevailing among ethnic or national minorities could be added. Now it's quite fragmented. Also, more attention could be given to changes in social, economic, or cultural life and public discourse itself. More attention should be given to the possibility to view the transition period, and not only transition period, but like many phenomena in history teaching from the multiple perspectives, and thus enable the students to discover the whole picture of this complex, challenging, but still exciting time. In the project, we've tried to address some of these gaps. So one try was by developing our national lesson plan for 10 graders on social, cultural, and economic challenges of the transition period in Lithuania. So there we aim to help students identify these challenges and or issues related to the social, cultural, or economic aspects of the transition period, critically using and analyzing diverse informational sources. The lesson is based on group work and critical use of sources, and through it, students are able to identify issues that are related to the different already mentioned aspects of the transition period, not only identify, but also to discuss and reflect on them from the multiple perspectives and justify the issues identified using diverse informational sources. During the lesson, students work in groups identifying transition period challenges. So they have handouts with selected material to read, material that covers multiple perspectives or view the same theme from different, from different perspectives, as I told, and possible causes of it, using simplified cause-consequence sequence or method or model. One of the specific methods we offer to use, these are associations. So concepts related to transition period, like culture of 90s or hopes and fears of the transition period or democracy in 90s, concepts like that. So teacher can ask students to come up with associations or things, features that they associate these concepts with. It is very important that at the end, after all group work, after all discussions, they would come back and revisit these associations, reflecting and probably adding new colors and new approaches or new features. So this is one of very small methods we put into our lesson plan that we believe helps to think critically and reflect the phenomena of transition period.
Pietra, can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
I wanted to ask you also because thank you first of all for this in-depth really profound analysis presentation, first of all, of the Lithuanian transition experience. Secondly, on your work within our project and on how transition is being taught currently in Lithuania and what you and we as a project can do to improve this. I also wanted to encourage you and invite you to present this very beautiful, creative work that you've done also within our project, because you have not only created the mapping and the lesson plan, you have also created this digital quiz, which I think
this is exactly
great.
I was going to continue.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think this is really interesting for our audience, and maybe you can also say where people can find it. Please.
It's okay. So just bear with me. I'm trying to share my. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen.
Ah, yeah, it's working. But now we see your desktop.
And now you can you see
now
the quiz?
Now we see your browser. Yes, we see the quiz.
Good. So one of the products of the project developed by our team, where Vaidotas was also involved, this is quiz back to 90s. We prepared it in Lithuanian and in English. And as you see here, this is the place you can find it. Actually, this is in it's placed on our website. And for the moment, we are looking for possibilities or the ways how to put it or to bring it to the project's website itself.
Yes.
So there are 40 questions. Actually, there are 4 quizzes about the transition period, covering several topics. Topics like culture and social contacts, daily life, politics, economics, even religion. So from very different perspectives and themes, and each quiz out of 4 is made of 4 of 10 questions. I just go very shortly through very quick demonstration and just checking with you. Okay, yeah, here you may see how it's composed. Quiz 1, 2, 3, 4. We are choosing one of those. We are starting it. And here comes the first question. I'm not sure if you can see the question.
I unfortunately can't. For me, it's very small. I guess here for everyone in the audience, we cannot see it. Maybe people at home at the live stream can read it. But I really encourage everybody to check it out. And Giedra, I think what we should
this
also...
One,
yeah, please.
The last important thing is that when you choose the answer, okay, I know the right one. So you can have the additional information, small, short additional information, sometimes with some illustration. And yeah, you can go to the next one. At the end, after you pass all 10 questions, you can see your score. So this is
we should quickly, I think, let the audience know also the title of this quiz, because I think it's funny, but it's also a bit, let's say, revealing, because you called it "What Your Granny Hasn't Told You." And I think
that was the first questions. That was the first try of to name or to title the quiz. That was what your granny didn't tell or haven't told you about the 90s.
Yeah.
Here
And maybe you can just let us like one maybe fun example of a question that you have there, so that the audience might be able to understand, would I have known the answer to that or not? Just one short question.
Okay, so.
But you would have to read it to us, Giedra, because we can or maybe just sum it up. Just for fun.
It's not that important. You need to pass all the questions until you want to come to the right one.
Okay. Well, okay, then I guess everybody just needs to be intrigued by the fun photographs.
Yeah, but you can find really interesting, really, how to say, creative ones. Oh, you see how many incorrect answers I would give. But I'm searching for specific one. For specific one, and I believe this would be the next one. No, not the next one, but
okay,
I don't
Giedra.
want to take the time. Okay.
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be an intrigue, and I really kindly invite everybody who hasn't taken
for
the
the
quiz.
moment, you can find it at the page, at the website of Open Lithuania Foundation with it very easy, olf.lt. And you can be easily guided to the quiz.
Thank you. Thank
there,
you very
so
much, Giedra. I think everybody can find the live stream and then they will see the address. At this point, Giedra, I hope you don't mind, I would like to ask if there's any questions in the audience, not only for the Lithuanian case, also for the Croatian case, if there's some questions open, because afterwards we will go to the Ukrainian case, and I assume there will be a lot of questions and the topic will shift a bit, as you can imagine, unfortunately. So now if there's question to the work of our Croatian and Lithuanian colleagues, you are very welcome to ask them. If not, Giedra, if you wanted to add something now, then be welcome.
No, actually, that was it.
Okay, great. Giedra, I don't know, maybe just one little question before we let you go, because our colleague Alexander, he recently made up this comparison, and he said actually the case of Lithuania and Ukraine, they are very much connected, because basically the conflict that Ukraine is going through now is the same that Lithuania has went through 30 years ago, just with the difference that Lithuania was able to peacefully, more or less, out of their own strength and successfully leave the Soviet Union, or the, how would you call it, Russian realm, or whatever you want to describe it. And Ukraine is struggling with that until this day. What would you say to this comparison, to this statement? Does it resonate with you?
It does, in a way, probably not exactly to the full extent, because the situation was different. And it's not only about Lithuania, okay? It's about, let's say, all three Baltic countries.
Yeah.
That after being 50 years under the Soviets, had finally got courage and possibilities to, to break it through.
Yeah.
But Ukrainian situation is, unfortunately, is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you see and when you experience this brutality, so there is probably not that much you can do at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, Giedra, yeah, thank you very much for your answer. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you also to Vaidotas for joining us. I would like to repeat that all the cases that have been presented today are part of our Transition Dialogue Handbook, which should be somewhere here, but it's not. you will. It's in the audience. It's with the audience. It's going to be online as a PDF very soon. Oh, thank you for bringing it. Yeah, I think we should be promoting it more, because this is really the result of almost 3 years' work, of 7 countries, of a lot of partners that you are seeing here today, and all the people speaking here today are. Basically all of them, or almost all of them, are authors of this handbook. The cases you hear today are the contents of this handbook, and really it's full of methods that should be used by teachers, by practitioners of civic education. So we hope it's going to find its way to the classroom. And thank you again, Giedra Vaidotas. Thank you also again. Yes, sorry. I always underestimate the need for clapping. Thank you for reminding me, dear audience. Yeah, thank you very much. Also, again, thank you for our Croatian team. If we don't have any questions, then I hope that, yes, our Ukrainian colleagues are still able to be with us. They still are. Hello, dear Alena, dear Alexander.
Hello.
Pleasure to have you. Yes, so you heard my question to Giedre about the, like, let's say, parallel or history repeating itself in a way of the parallel ways of the post-Soviet countries. If you like, you can comment on that. If you don't like, then just feel free and start with your presentation.
Yeah, I can. Maybe Alexander, I spoke already today, so maybe Alexander, you can answer on the question if you like to.
Yes, why not? Hello, everyone. Hello greeting from Vyshgorod. Vyshgorod is one of the most beautiful Kyiv suburbs, but now it's a front line of the war zone, and it's not so peaceful today.
Alexander, I'm sorry, can you repeat where are you located? I couldn't understand.
Vyshgorod. It's just near Kyiv. It's a Kyiv suburb.
Thank you for clarifying.
Like a northern gates of Kyiv. Yes, so you know the Russian-Ukrainian war is very connected to the transition process in Ukraine. Thank you for your question, actually, yes. And it's a very important part of the democratization process in Ukraine, democratization period, because, you know, maybe somebody know the biggest part of the informational warfare from Russia is based on Soviet nostalgia. That kind of nostalgia can't exist without twisting of the historical data. And of course, it's a huge problem of the Ukrainian education process. Maybe it's a problems of the methodology of education, methodology, what Ukraine used before 2014. The most of that methodology was based on the Soviet optics. It sounds strange, but it's reality. I want to tell you one story from my own life, from my own school times. When I was a school pupil, it was 1990s. It's a first decade after Soviet Union collapse and the first decade of the independence of Ukraine. And my history course teacher essayed to ask the pupils what we don't use the regular textbook of Ukrainian history course, but use absolutely different book, the famous book of Mikhailo Grushevsky, History of Ukraine. Why? That is an interesting question. Only after many years, I understand why it was. In Soviet Union, we has methodology based on the Soviet paradigms. Only one truth can exist. Mm-hmm. And students don't need to be thinkers. They must only memorize and repeat dogmas of the Soviet discourse, of the main discourse of the Soviet totalitarian regime. We have similar problems with other post-socialistic, post-Soviet countries, but maybe some of that problems is unique. Methodology of education is one of the unique problems of Ukraine. And that problems, have a reflection not only in economical life or, you know, society discourse. It's have really reflection in the, now it's in war actually. And how you all know, war in Ukraine, yes, how I say before, the propaganda, Kremlin propaganda, based on postmodern representation of Soviet discourse. And of course, Russian propaganda used the problems of Ukrainian education well. So that is a situation when wording in the textbook of history course can cost later the human's freedom and even humans' lives. After 2014, after Revolution of Dignity, Ukraine has some reforms of educational process, and we have some success in that. But of course, it's still some parts of the Soviet optics. It still exists in the Ukrainian textbooks. So, but actually, I'm also head of the NGO, and our NGO also try to have some influence of education to educational process. So many NGOs in Ukraine trying to make educational process much better. We try to make it better, so we will see. But no, actually now it's very difficult to have influence on educational process because it's a war already. And now I'm a coordinator of the volunteers here in Vyshgorod, and coordinate volunteers activity between Vyshgorod and Kiev, between Vyshgorod and Ukraine, and Vyshgorod and Europe. So actually we have some problems to change it already, but I'm sure after war it will be changed for better, and we will use you know, now many Ukrainian people feeling what we need changing much. They feel much better than before because they feel it's, you know, they in everyday life, and many it's huge. It will be huge trauma. We will try to transform that trauma to something better, transform to changing for the better. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe Olena want to add something.
Yeah, maybe can I ask a question, Alena, if you don't mind if I jump in?
Yeah, for sure.
But you can also answer my question maybe. I would like to ask if you would be if you would have the task now to rewrite the mapping on Ukraine now, and to let's say put another agenda for teaching transition in Ukraine. Would you change something now? So did the war change something profoundly for that? Or is the narrative basically still the same for you?
The narrative of transition process, transition period, yes. Actually, it's that situation. Actually, it can be a rewriting because Ukrainian histories really have a lot of traumas, and the Soviet regime in Ukraine was really, really cruel and hard. Actually, it was much harder than other Soviet countries and countries of Eastern Bloc, because Ukraine always tried to escape from the Soviet Union, and the Soviet regime tried to press much harder. And of course, we have really strong propaganda in Soviet Union, and it still exists in post-Soviet times. And that process, maybe it can be right. It's only one possibility. What we have, it's what we has already and have already. And that war, it's also organic part. It sounds cruel, but it's organic part of that process of transition process. So it's Ukraine now try to escape. It's like jump from the hiding of the Soviet narratives, of the Soviet propaganda, from the Soviet nostalgia.
Yeah. Thank you, Alexander. Aliana, if you are still online, maybe you would like to add?
Yes. I'm here. I think it's when you question all the project itself and the results of the project for Ukraine. What I see, it's really important, and we didn't mention it. That, for example, we did map of the transition on Padlet, and we asked people to make pictures of their towns and cities or places that they know with some transition symbols, with some maybe post-Soviet leftovers, with some combination of, for example, if you see something Soviet and nearby this, something commercial, and how it's really this story of the place, this feeling of the place. And we were really so often like, in this funny mood to joke about this combination of these things together, like post-Soviet history, also some national history with commercialization. And now it's not funny anymore, because we had these mosaics that used to be Soviet, and the cities are destroyed, and there are no mosaics anymore, but also no buildings anymore. We had some stories from people, like how it was hard in this post-communist time when we had 90s, and then personal stories which we took from people, that how for them it was to just if you remember this story I told, that there are some relatives who lost their mind because of because it was the system destroys, and they can't find themselves, so they have psychological problems, and they stay in the hospitals. And now we have friends who are in such hospitals, such places just right now, because they can't handle it. And all this stress and all this situation just show us that it's like the point, and it will be never turn back to the Soviet time at all, for sure. That transition is over for now, for us as for nation. I think that was question that which we raised time in each discussion we had about transition dialogue. Is transition over? And there are answers. If you remember, people said that, oh, we will be sure that transition is over when we will come to official organization, and people will smile there. For example, I don't know, city consulate or anything like this, or some registration of documents. Person will sit and be smiling. So that will mean that transition is over and no Soviet people anymore here. And now we will not smile, I think, for a long time. But at the same time, we know that for sure that we are not a part of this story anymore. We want to show it to all the world that Ukraine is not Soviet country. That's not a part of Russia. So for us, it's a strong moment, and I think it's crucial moment. And if I will say that, how to rethink it, I can say that all this transition dialogue seems now a little bit romantic for us. Like this, humanitarian approach, and you're talking to people and solving problems with them. And until the moment when it was 5 o'clock, 24th of February, many people around us said that never it can happen that they will bomb us. It's just can't happen because we are so close. Even there are some problems, we will solve them in this diplomatic way. And it's happened. And the end, I think now we are not in transition, we are in different transition, war after war, and all these stories that we can now can be compared with other countries with war, not only from Soviet bloc, let's say post-Soviet bloc, and the challenges are the same now. So it's from my perspective. And now, of course, for us, it's a lot of question about values and our plans and how to plan in future. It's so hard, personally, for organizations and for future of Ukraine. I think that's the moment then you don't see the horizon of planning anymore. You can't really, you just can't. You have some plans, like 3-5 plans different, how it will happen in future, but you don't know which one will work. And what is maybe sad moment that you know that black swan is here, and all these black swans can be, there can be more black swans in your life and in the life of your organization and your country. So it's strange and interesting historical moment.
Thank you very much, Liana. I think what really struck me quite strongly from what you were saying is that literally transition is being bombed out of Ukraine, if you want to say so, because we had so many discussions also with you on the public space and transition in public space, and I know you did all these wonderful projects about trying to preserve also the Soviet heritage, and as you say, yeah, this transition is for Eastern Europe. It's very much also in identifying this typical, let's say, post-Soviet public space around you, yeah? And I think this is also what's so shocking for the many people of Eastern Europe, and also for, of course, the many people from Russia who are still in their right minds and who are shocked. They say, yeah, these houses, they look exactly like the house that I grew up in, and it's bombed, it's a ruin now. And I think that's very shocking. I see, yeah, thank you for putting it back to me. I see that Vedrana and Vaidotas wanted to ask a question, I think. Vedrana, I would hand over to you if that's what I'm assuming. If what I'm assuming is right, please ask away. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would just like to comment that this is exactly what I think, that what is being bombed now is the transition, because Ukraine has every potential, should it embark on a journey that Croatia has embarked, Slovenia has embarked, and all of the countries that joined the European Union, has the potential to become the new Poland ×3. And autocratic systems are always afraid of this. They're afraid of institutions, they're afraid of markets, and they're afraid of, in the end, democracy. And I think that this is what this war is all about. And Croatia has been through a very similar experience, right? Well, similar in a sense that all of the narrative that I saw from the media coming from the Russian side was very much reminding me of that what Milosevic said about Croatia. You know, I think that the work that we do, the work that you do, will in the coming months and the coming years be even more important, so that you understand and that people understand this is where we were, this is from what we want to depart, and this is where we're going. So I think that you know, your work, I wouldn't say that it's romantic. I say it has become even more important.
Thank you, Vedrana. Vaidotas, I think you also want to ask a question or react.
Yeah, I would like to react. Thank you, Alexander and Elena. I work in 2 schools. None of them is Lithuanian. One is international, the other is Russian school. In both schools, we have Ukrainians. I have Ukrainians in most of my classes. in some classes more, in some classes less. I'd like to praise them. They're so mature. They're giving so much effort. Most of them understand English because I don't speak Russian well. I just understand. So I'm very happy about their participation. And I'd like to maybe reflect a little bit on what Alexander also talked about, information war. I was also always thinking something big has to happen in order to make people to see what is that fake information, what is that propaganda aiming for. And I thought that war on Ukraine will reveal eyes to everyone. And the first week, apparently it looked like, yes, now everyone saw the reality, at least in international arena. Now Russia has lost this propagandic war, and it must lose among the national communities as well that they used to attract a lot because they watch Russian news, Russian media, Russian information. However, in a week or two, I noticed that propagandic war in international arena intensified, and we have to continue information war here in Lithuania. And when Ukrainians came to my class, I'm talking only about war in Ukraine, deconstructing propaganda messages about genocide in Donbass, about denazification and everything. And I didn't know that I will have Ukrainians in my class. And I thought how they will react to that sensitive topic. But they were appreciating, thankful. For them, it is self-evident what's going on, but it's not self-evident to our nationals. And I told them that we are still fighting information war, and Ukraine is meanwhile fighting for us. So thank you once again very much. We are with you.
Thank you also, Vaidotas, for doing this wonderful work with the Ukrainian students. I'm looking around a bit here in the room if there's maybe somebody who has a question to our colleagues in the online sphere. Yes, please, Alicia, but I have to bother you to walk over there so that the camera can catch you.
This is a simple question coming from the fact that we are trying to help organize education of Ukrainian children and young people in Poland. And there was a big dispute among the educators and especially the Ministry of Education and the school directors and also the Ukrainian students on whether the Ukrainian students should really be forced into Polish educational system, especially if there is like 2.5 months till the end of the school year, and they want to finish the education in the school year. And I just wanted to ask, and I know that gradually the Polish ministry has luckily changed the opinion, also due to the contacts with the Ukrainian ministry. And maybe it's not it is a question. What do you think? Is it better for them to really finish the school year in the Ukrainian system, at the same time maybe learning some Polish, because as you know, no one knows what will happen later. But what's your opinion? If your child or your student were in Poland, what would you recommend us? Should we fight for the Ukrainian curriculum and system, or should we tell people go to Polish schools and, you know, learn Polish stuff?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alicia, for the question. It's actually a similar discussion in Germany happening now, so we are curious, all of us, to hear our colleagues have to say.
We are not like the educators, you know, meaning that how it's better to do, but there are some jokes, not jokes actually, phrases around Ukraine that if you believe in Ukrainian military guys who are there, you pay your bills for electricity, for your phone, and no other bills. and wait silent, it will be victory. So here maybe the same. If you believe that you will be back, you just working on your current education, but it doesn't mean that you are not learning and new things, and you are not learning language of the country of your staying, and they are like their perspectives on the education. So I think here is education need to be combined somehow. I don't know how, but there is my point of view. Alex, maybe.
Yeah, can I add? In my own opinion, of course, system of education of Poland, Germany, and Ukraine are different, and students will have some problems to shift, and maybe it will be some stressful for them. But in my own opinion, if Ukrainian students can teach Polish history and German history as well, it will be really helpful for our society. And I'm really grateful to Germany and Poland for the help and caring about Ukrainians now. I'm totally sure what if Ukrainians will teach history of Poland and Germany, better than others. When they back to Ukraine, then they can teach others and share their knowledge for the other part of society. So I think it's maybe some part of the educational process can be still like Ukrainian system, but some part of the Polish system can be integrated, and it's will be good idea.
Thank you, Alexander. So I think that answered Alicia's question. If there's any more questions here from the room, please don't be shy and step to the microphone. Meanwhile, I'm going to ask Aliana maybe a little bit of a personal question also on your opinion. If we look back on the Transition Dialogue project for 3 years, we started with a conference here in Berlin in the beautiful summer of 2019, where we all had no idea what the future, what unpleasant surprises the future would have in store. We were full of plans. Then we met in Sofia, and then we actually planned a big meeting in Kiev, which we had to cancel due to the corona pandemic. And now, since 1 month, basically our world has been completely shaken up and changed. How would you assess now the project work of Transition Dialogue? Do you think that something beneficial for you, for civil society, for the educational sphere has come out of it? Do you see any chance to work with it in the future, or would you say that now, as you said before, there's really no horizon for you, and everything has to be like brought up again, everything has to be reinvented, so to say? How do you feel about this?
I think in any case, we need to remember, and we need to discuss, and to preserve our feelings, our knowledge about that time. And also, that's what I appreciate about our project, that we have this multi-perspective view on the situation from different countries, from different people, different stories, and it makes the project itself so valuable. And for future, we need to also learn from this experience, and then we will discuss even nowadays events. We need to see the situation from different perspectives. for me, it's so valuable that I had this conversation with our European partners. Thank you for Lisa, Caroline, you did this, you organized this event, and we discussed this civic education issues. And for me, it was like my eyes opening when I heard the stories about migration and all these people that are coming to Europe and how it's going on there, and how it brings a lot of stress to the society. Yeah? And it's also a different perspective that we need, this international perspective. But inside country, there are also different people with different stories. And I think what we have after this transition dialogue project, that we have this understanding of the situation itself, how people believed in themselves, even nobody teach them in 90s, and how they tried to find freedom and democracy in their own way. And it's really I really appreciate this experience. So I think there are future for this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elena. I think if there's no more questions now on the project, I would suggest to use the last minutes, because I think it's very interesting for everybody here and for everybody listening to use the opportunity to hear a bit from you and from Alexander, who, as far as I understand, is close to Kiev, to hear about the recent developments there. Alexander, I hope it's okay, I hope you don't mind sharing with us what's happening around you, what's happening where you are. We, of course, are reading the news all constantly, but it's much different when you are, unfortunately, in the center of the news. So there was a promise like ceasefire or reduction of activity. Is this what's happening or not? How are you seeing this? And yeah, please share with us your experiences.
Yeah, thank you for that possibility. What happened in Ukraine now, for me, it's absolutely miracle, because the war started absolutely, it started like nobody can predict it, because people don't believe what Russia can attack and invade Ukraine. Of course, we understand what is a very dangerous situation. There is a lot of the Russian soldiers and army and military techniques on the borders. But when I speak with people, I'm always saying, please don't nervous. Maybe it's only teaching, maybe it's only learning. But I'm awake here in Vyshgorod from the really noisy blast, and I'm just saw on my window, and I'm saw the something red on horizon. It was a rockets, and of course
when was that, Alexander? Sorry,
I was in Vyshgorod, but from my window I can see Brovary on the horizon, and the airport, Ukrainian Kyiv International Airport, like Chespart. So it was blast in that side. From southeast direction from Vyshgorod. And first day was really nervous, because we don't understand clearly. It's possible to resist to huge Russian army. And after we understand, most people understand what Ukrainian army fight well. And why? Because many people, army, civil defense, we call it territorial defense. It's like army volunteers and civil volunteers, people who care about humanitarian situation. Most people forget about, the inner society conflicts. We forget about, their political position. We forget about religious position, and society start to be, like some mercury parts splicing together. and that is, it's, you know, that it's only for time, because it's in time of danger it's happening. After, it will be divided, of course, for the different views, different positions, but now actually, Olena said about Soviet heritage and Soviet mosaics, and that situation, that cruel situation, for my own opinion, really helped to overcome alienation from the Soviet heritage, because some part of Ukrainian society before that situation thinking of the Soviet heritage, it's like, you know, the colonial influence, and it's not Ukrainian. But now I'm reading in Facebook, and many people try to protect Soviet modernist architects, some monuments, because people think what it's something own, something, and everybody understand what we need to protect, all what we have and heritage, even from Soviet times.
Yeah.
So now in Vyshgorod situation, it's, you know, it's less more okay, because it's near to front line, and every night I hear the really huge noise of the battle. But here, then many people stay, and they stay consciously, because, for example, I'm stay here just for help people who for old people,
yes.
for cannot live, and for old people, for sick people, and people on the occupied villages. We try to give some food or send some food. It's not always successful, because situation, you know, they're really, really dangerous, but we try to do it. And actually, situation also helped to overcome some, you know, the problem from, you know, the dark side of the Soviet system, for example, some post-Soviet chauvinism. But now situation is changing, and for example, many people, it was funny story, some gypsy people stole tank from the Russian army, and all people always say like, we proud for our gypsy people, because they so good in crimes.
Well,
so that is a absolutely different situation than before, because we not already in postmodern discourse. That is a postmodern discourse already in Ukraine, and we live between some sincere trying to save human lives and freedom, and some irony and postmodern alienation from the situation. So that is like oscillation between some poles already, and also some, you know, the synthesis of the different position. So we will see later. We will see later how it can be integrated to international life, and maybe.
And Alexander, how is the situation? Can you sleep in your flats, or do you have to sleep in some kind of shelters? How far away is the military activity from where you are currently?
It's military activity is really near. I see. I can walk. It's just 25 minutes, and I will see some absolutely destroying territory village, Novi Petrovsk. It's really close. And of course, sometimes at night, it's some alarm about our rocket strikes or air strikes. Actually, right now, I received message in my iPhone. It says some alarm, and but it's like, you know, they're not A-class alarm, like, just be careful, it can be happening something. Just be careful. You can walk, but be careful. And I'm don't go to shelters because every morning at 8 o'clock I go to office. It's like city ratusha. It's a government office, and it's office for the civil defense, so that for the territorial defense, for the volunteers, and we work together to coordinate our activities. And I'm just sleep in corridor. In my corridor, I can sleep in my room. I can sleep in my bed because it's a window. If any blast, and government office is really near, and it can be blasted, of course. And also military office is also really near to me. So I can sleep here, but I can sleep in corridor. It's like, the 2 walls rule. If 2 walls between you and just outside, it's much more safety. So I'm sleep in corridor, and every morning I'm just go to much more dangerous place, to government office, and back at the evening and to my corridor, to my beautiful corridor. It's already like, I feel it's like my own room. That is, I feel like, the office room, but my corridor is my sleeping room. And back to the corridor and sleep. Sleep well, because I work hard every day.
Alexander, I really don't know what to say. It's really, of course, it's very brave. And in a second, I will also ask how we can support you and how everybody watching can support what you are doing on the spot. But I also just really think it's heartbreaking how you get used to something that really nobody should experience, but the human capabilities to adapt is really endless, it seems, and I'm glad it's helping you now to deal with this situation. But still, of course, it's shocking for us to hear about your day-to-day routine.
I'm already have some help, so actually I'm really grateful for the your organization. And if somebody who hear me now want to help, he can find some organization, some NGOs and some volunteers organization in Ukraine, and can help with money or something, or some stuff. So it's open data. So
yes. Okay. I hope not. I'm not intruding if I'm offering that everybody watching is very welcome to transfer to the donation account that the DRA has opened, and we will transfer all these funds to Alena's organization, which I'm sure that they can pass this on directly to you, Alexander. So if anybody watching wants to support Alexander, then they can do that through us. Maybe the last word should be with Alena. Alena, I didn't ask you so much now because I know that you are in the west of Ukraine in a more or less safe zone. So, but maybe also just in 2 words, let us know the situation and how we can help, how anyone watching now can help you or do any meaningful thing to support Ukraine, please.
I think just the best way is to ask people around you, and if there are any opportunities, to support, to donate somebody, please welcome. Thank you very much for your support. And we are acting in this way when somebody asks us what they need, we help them. For example, there are a lot of requests about some gasoline or something like this, like money for this. So we reimburse them do reimbursement, or we buy some stuff for children if it's needed, or anything. Or even guys who are in the army now, but they don't have boots, for example. We help them with that because it's springtime, but they still have winter boots. So there are some usual questions that need to be solved. So please, if you can help. And thank you for support so much. And thank you for inviting us today and giving us a voice. We really appreciate it.
We appreciate it very much that you took the time and also found the resources to join us today. On that note, I would like to close this session, and yeah, again, applause.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
I don't want to be bold, but actually, I remember what I think I need really. If somebody have old MacBook, but really old because I will use it. Notebook, MacBook.
MacBook.
Yes.
Computer. Yes.
Just computer, yes, but old. But better is somebody who it's old because I will use it in the field conditions sometimes. Because my computer is broken, I will try to repair it, but I don't know how it will be successful or not. Maybe if somebody have possibility to send it, maybe just connect with me, maybe we will find.
I'm sorry, might I ask if also a money donation would solve this problem? Because I think that's much easier for us than to send you an old notebook to Kiev.
I will ask about it's possible to buy because there are many old techniques. Yeah, I can buy in shop, just in shop. And many people just donate their computers for offices. So why I'm asking about old computer. Yeah, so, okay, but that is...
So thank you, Alexander. We will definitely look into that. If anybody here watching has an old notebook to spare or money to support Alexander, please contact us and we will arrange this. Thank you very much again, Alexander, for taking the time. Thank you, Aliana, for being with us. Yes, so these two sessions, this one and the previous one, had the purpose to present to you live on stage with the people involved, the work that we have been doing for, I'm so sorry, for 2.5 years to create this handbook teaching history of transition in Europe. All the people you heard today here on stage have been contributing to this handbook. You can access it soon online. You can also get a printed copy if you contact us. And in general, you should follow us on Facebook on Transition Dialogue, and you should also find our website, transition-dialogue.org, for further updates. Now we will go into another short break. Can I say something? Please, Alicia, come and join me on the stage, and I'm even going to pick up the lost microphone for you. I think you can use this one. I think it's switched on.
I have just got a photo of the Ukrainian girl from the family that we have received. There were 2 pregnant women, and one of them has given birth.
Oh, wow.
And I have a beautiful photo of a small girl. I don't know the name, but I will let you know.
Maybe you can show
it's
it
in Poland.
into the camera, Alicia, because, no, like if you go to the camera, maybe.
So, there is hope. There is hope.
There is hope.
Maybe I'm naive, but I think that after the war, the world might become a better place because we will learn this lesson.
And we will all try and play a little part in that. Thank you, Alicia. That was actually so nice to have a positive finishing of the session. So we will have a coffee break now, and in 20 minutes we will continue here with the festivities for the 30-year anniversary of the DAA, the organization which is one of the partners of Transition Dialogue. Thank you everyone for your attention.